On this meeting to order, sorry for the delay. We're having technical difficulties, which we're still looking to resolve. We're conducting this evening's meeting as a hybrid. Council is back on the dais and the public is in via Zoom. Chamber is currently closed to the public with the exception of special presentations and public communications. We will have the invocation led by Pastor Scott Tannehill of the Bridge Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Nickel. If we could please rise.
Father God, it is an honor to be here with these you called into service, Lord, for our community, for the good of our community, Lord. Father, I pray you would bless them and their families, Lord. And Father, during this challenging time with so much going on in the city, COVID, all of this, I just pray you would give us resolve and understanding of how to deal with these situations, Lord. Father, bless this meeting. I pray your peace and your wisdom, Lord, would guide these, your servants. And Lord, your kingdom purposes would be accomplished in Jesus.
Please follow me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor Tannehill. Thank you, Council Member Nickel. And have we resolved the technical?
No, but let's take roll call.
Also, let's wish everyone in the Jewish community a Shana Tova. And let's go to roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
You got it. Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Nickel.
Here.
Councilmember Perstock. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
Mayor Boyles.
Here. All right, so. Yeah, whatever technically we're able to do, the easiest. Public communications, we have members of the public coming in? Okay, we're gonna put our masks on, folks.
So for anybody still left on Zoom, you're going to need to log back in. We needed to log into a different computer. So if you had logged in before, please log back on.
Hello, if you could please state your name, thank you.
Hello, Mayor Boyles and members of the council. My name is Shelley Tucker. And do you want my address?
No, that's okay, thank you.
I'm speaking for myself and many of the seniors in the community that I've talked to, and many of us feel let down by this council. I realize closures had to happen during the COVID epidemic, but closures never came back fully. And you took away the Jocelyn Center. We lost parties, social opportunities, classes, and you took away the dial-a-ride. And you'd be surprised how many seniors don't have cars in this community and have serious mobility issues. They weren't able to get grocery shopping. They weren't able to go to the doctor. They weren't able to go to the library or Target or day trips. And that's still the case. excuse me, I'm reading my notes. And if I go over my 5 minutes, just give me this. All of these things negatively impacted the mental and physical health of seniors. Socialization is extremely important. I live at a senior apartment owned by the city. We were not even able to socialize in the lobby, only outdoors in the patio. We had no movie night, nothing. Some of these activities could have been restored with a little creative thinking. They could have been held outdoors with social distancing. That was going on, and I think for seniors, that would have been very helpful. I saw youth activities going on. Our senior center, I was told, was used as the COVID task force headquarters. That wasn't pleasant to hear if that was the case. It seems to me, and many seniors, the focus of your attention seems to be on young families with children and increasing revenue, because I do watch the council meetings. I live right near the park. I see all of these activities, and yet we have nothing. Remember, please, seniors help vote you into office. You actually work for all of us. And I think we probably comprise a larger part of your constituency than you realize. I hope you'll keep open minds to my comments, give them serious consideration. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker.
Did I stay within my time?
Oh, you still got a minute 30 if you like it.
I don't think I have anything more to add. I think I covered everything. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello and good afternoon, Mayor Boyles and council members of El Segundo. My name is Tiffany Tan, and I am a community organizer with the Asian American Drug Abuse Program. This is one of LA's nonprofits where we provide services in substance abuse prevention and treatment. And in the past 3 years, I have been working in partnership with Reach Out Against Drugs, ROAD, to address the issues of youth access to tobacco products in El Segundo. I have data from the CDC that reports about 4.9 million middle and high school students in the US are current users of some type of tobacco products in 2018. And the flavors is what's really attracting the youth. These flavors in the form of the traditional cigarettes or cigars, or even with the newly devised invention of e-cigarettes and vaping products, do attract the youth to use. And the data from California Department of Public Health have issued that 80% of young adults did start using tobacco based on a flavored tobacco product. Now, the flavors do mask the harshness of nicotine, and nicotine is the addictive substance in these tobacco products. So much so that the U.S. General did warn that flavored tobacco products help new users establish a habit that can lead to addiction. So these products, in addition with addiction, can also lead the users to having risks for serious health, like irreversible lung damage, health disease, cancer, as well as permanent brain damage, especially with our young adults and youth when their brain is not developing until the age of 25. Now, guided by the protocols of LA County Department of Public Health, I have conducted surveys in El Segundo, predominantly at community events like Hometown Fair, summer concerts at the park, as well as on a day-to-day basis to learn about the residents' concern regarding youth use and tobacco. And based on these public opinion surveys, we learned that 88% of respondents are in support of restrictions on the sale of tobacco products, and 3 out of 5 residents support a ban on flavored tobacco products. So public health advocates, such like public health law centers, do recommend reducing access to tobacco products by limiting the presence of these tobacco industries in the retail environment. Now, locally, our neighboring beach cities like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, as well as Redondo Beach, have already strengthened their tobacco retail license ordinance by adding a ban on these flavored tobacco products. So I thank you very much for listening, and I'd like to provide some more information through these 5 folders to present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tan.
So Tracy, I just want to make sure you're aware that there are 4 speakers through Zoom for public communication.
Okay. We have a few more for in here, and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
Hello, welcome. If you could state your name, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members, and any audience that's here. My name is Joyce Harris. I'm a resident and have been since 1974. I also worked in El Segundo from 74 until I retired. I'm treasurer of ROAD, Reach Out Against Drugs, whose mission is prevention of tobacco and alcohol use for teenagers. This also includes e-cigarettes and vaping. As Tiffany just pointed out, youth nicotine use can lead to addiction and can harm the developing brain, impacting learning, memory, and attention. Our community can help stem the use growth in El Segundo, and it has grown, oh my goodness, by prohibiting the sale of flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes. Scientific studies have shown that because of its sensory effects, flavor may enhance the attractiveness of tobacco products. They lure teenagers by masking the taste and the smell of nicotine. Nearly all tobacco product use begins in adolescence. Often this leads to use of other drugs to get a stronger high. It is imperative that we do as much as we can in our community to curb the rising use in adolescents. Currently, there's a group going door to door to get signatures for a cannabis dispensary in El Segundo. ROAD and I urge you to prevent this from happening. I've watched a neighbor grow up He started with tobacco at a young age, even though his parents do not smoke. He advanced to marijuana and then on to much stronger drugs. On one occasion, my husband talked him out of his threat to kill his parent, and on another occasion, his threat of suicide. He has gone through rehab a couple of times, never finishing. Today, he's in his early 30s. He still uses, is unable to work, and his actions are not trustworthy around neighbors and what friends he has left. He could erupt with anger at any time. The city of El Segundo has a mission statement, which reads, "Our mission is to provide a safe and secure community while treating all people with dignity and respect." As a member of ROAD and as a member of the community of El Segundo, I urge you to consider extending the tobacco ordinance with a flavor ban on tobacco products, and also consider the prevention of a cannabis dispensary in our city. Follow the science that strongly shows brain damage from drug use in the young. Follow the survey taken in El Segundo, wanting an enhanced tobacco ordinance and a ban of a cannabis dispensary for our town. That will provide a safer and more secure community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Hello.
Hello. Yesterday I was called a racist because I put a sign in my driveway telling people that we do not have to accept mandatory implicit bias testing and training in the school system. And
Ma'am, could
so-
you state your name, please?
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
Carola Knott. I've lived in El Segundo for 20 years, raised 3 kids here through the El Segundo school system, as well as charter schools in the area and online schools. I'm speaking tonight about the diversity plan that El Segundo Unified School District approved last year and has already paid salaries for and has programming action plan for. I was upset that I was called a racist because the whole plan of diversity, to me, values diversity of opinion, diversity of thought. I can't see you when my glasses fog up. Diversity of beliefs, and I value that a lot. However, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan of the El Segundo Unified School District does the opposite. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about it. There was a presentation July 13th by Dr. Lee about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan. I've given you all copies if you got the packets I sent in. And also Dylan Ferris presented on hiring practices to promote a diverse workforce. So I was called to action when I heard that the recommended reading list put out by El Segundo Unified was divided up by ethnicity. So there's a list of books for Caucasian kids to read, a list of books for African American kids to read, a list of books for Latino kids, and so on. That deeply concerned me because really we are all one race, the human race, and should refrain from selecting literature based on the melanin content of our skin. So I started looking into El Segundo Unified's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan, which I will call DEI from now on. The superintendent stated that the only curricular change would be an elective class at the high school level. However, I found more than 8 different references to curriculum changes in the plan. On page 9 of the DEI, there is a LACOE training on, quote, culturally responsive teaching. I would like to know precisely what such a plan instructs our teachers and how they instruct our teachers about how to lead that discussion. On page 10, there's a program called RULER, R-U-L-E-R. I wanted to know what that program entailed, so I tried to sign up for the training myself online, but discovered that only the school staff is permitted to see the training materials. Furthermore, for 3 school staff to implement the training, the taxpayer cost is approximately $6,000. On page 11 of this action plan, there's mention of a mandatory training, quote, staff training and professional development on diversity, inclusion, and equity, unquote. What does that even mean, really? There's also a, quote, cultural assessment of materials and representation. And who will make that cultural assessment, I ask? Would their cultural assessment be any different than my cultural assessment? Probably. In addition, there's a Digital Promise OER project, and there are no specifics listed on that. The info online about these programs is always vague and ambiguous, similar to the seen, heard, and loved philosophy in the DEI. No one can object to students being seen, heard, and loved. Of course, we all want that, unquestionably. But the devil is always in the details, and that is where parents are entitled to be informed, and they have not been. On page 14, the DEI talks about curricular revisions and development for culturally responsive pedagogy and inclusive curricular revisions and development. Simply put, that means changing or adding new curriculum. A high school committee will design a new elective course titled This Is Us, and the content will focus on contemporary issues that need to be added to the curriculum. There will be outlines to revise and added lessons or units in language arts, social studies, humanities, science, mathematics, and electives inclusive of all areas. That's a lot of curriculum changes that are not defined yet. Next, I will bring up some issues regarding the hiring practices to promote a diverse workforce. One of the objectives states search committees and interview panelists, participants, are trained to recognize and avoid implicit bias as they
Your time is
evaluate
up.
applicants. Okay, the next speaker is going to continue this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knott.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. My name is Deborah Dietz. I've been a resident since, I'm sorry, I need to mute my phone. Yes. I've been a volunteer and a, whoops, it's not going on.
It's all good. We're not going to start the clock till you get that squared
Oh,
away.
good. Thank you so much. That's so, yeah, I'm turning it off. Okay, I think I did it.
You did it.
Okay, good. No more echo. Thanks. I've been a volunteer and a resident of El Segundo since, well, my family has since 1951. I've been here for 30 years. My family has always taught me to resist bullying and to love my neighbors as myself. And some of the things that have happened in my neighborhood and specifically to my neighbor who you just heard have been very troubling. These are things that I learned in school to resist and that have been happening to a lot of people just based on their skin color, and that's totally unacceptable. I would like to finish reading her letter, or at least an excerpt that I've selected to read. Thank you. She already has defined DEI, which seeks to overturn the basic Enlightenment values of reason, objectivity, and individualism. DEI programs instead view history through the lens of power dynamics. DEI states that the driving force behind historical progress is oppression of the weak by the powerful, and that all major Western institutions are built upon the oppression of minorities, and therefore they must be razed to the ground and rebuilt from scratch. This is very troubling. In the past, racism customarily indicated that prejudice or discrimination towards an individual is based on their race. A racist is someone who disregards your individuality, but only sees you as a member of a group that's classified by your skin color. Under DEI, this definition of racism isn't sufficient because race relations are to be understood in terms of group power dynamics. According to DEI, racism is not an opinion held by an individual. It is a system in which one group is kept down by another group. For example, if we assume that Black Americans are disadvantaged on average compared to white Americans, then every Black person becomes a victim of racism, and every white person is guilty of participating and benefiting from a racist system. It doesn't matter whether you're individually holding any racial animosity or prejudice in your heart. That's irrelevant. Your skin color determines what you are and what you've done. According to DEI, all white people are invested in and collude with racism, says author Robin DiAngelo. She argues that any white person who is reluctant to accept their inescapable racism is wrong, and that their white fragility binds them to their own racism. Racism, as defined by DEI, is a power plus privilege. That's completely a new definition of racism. According to DEI, to deny your guilt is just evidence of how guilty you really are. This is double talk. This is not logical. Wake up, parents. Wake up, council. Wake up, politicians. You are sitting on a living problem that's going to raise up. This is double talk, and before all the definitions have been turned upside down, we need to address this problem. We have been told by DEI that speech is violence, and that we are told that silence is violence. These definitions are not only confusing, they're dangerous. DEI is explicitly designed to shut down dialogue and to bully people into pledged agreement that reduces individuals to a group identity, judges them accordingly to their skin color. This is ironically the exact opposite of what Martin Luther King's dream was, that we be judged on the content of our character and not the color of our skin. This is just an excerpt of her letter. She has an MS, and she's in sociology, and she's a very smart woman, but she's also right. And I really do believe that the minute we have politicians who resist bullying and stick up for the people, those will rise to the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dietz.
Okay, Mona, we are done with in chamber. You may go ahead and do those that are on Zoom.
Okay. So I'm moving, Corey, you should be able to talk now.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Corey Zuppo. I'm a resident of El Segundo. I'm also on the environmental committee for the last 7 years. And I wanted to do a public comment on number 12, which is the air monitoring. So my comments to start off, in the last 7 years, one of our constraints on being on the environmental committee is we have asked for surveying of the town to see what people's environmental concerns are. For 7 years, we haven't gotten that request passed through. Another issue too is just transparency. So we're supposed to make suggestions on policy to city council, but we're not given a lot of information with the city, data or what projects are going on. So my ask is if we could be involved on item number 12, if it so gets voted yes, because as a environmental committee, many of us are feeling frustrated. We just had one member leave and joined another committee or commission. We had 2 that didn't reapply. So we're losing institutional knowledge left and right because people are frustrated. So that's just part of it. The other thing was on May 4th, I did a public comment in front of everyone that I was concerned for the city of El Segundo and for our environmental future. And I'm concerned about Hyperion, the West Basin, our air emissions, cancer rates. Lo and behold, on July 11th, we had the catastrophic Hyperion spill. So I'm reading you back to my May 4th comment is I am even more concerned now since it's September 7th and I still smell poop in my house. And I've had a sore throat for going on a month. So my ask is that if we're going to have an environmental committee, please have the city involve us because I don't know what else we're doing right now. We're just checking a box. So lastly is, this comment is on behalf of a lot of citizens, is I am frustrated and citizens are frustrated that our city hasn't done any sort of lawsuit against Hyperion. We're having to rely on private individuals to bring this lawsuit upon. And I've heard that we can't do a lawsuit, but I'm not fully understanding why we can't because the city of El Segundo did a lawsuit against LAX's stipulated settlement agreement. They also threatened a lawsuit against the Land Side Access Modernization Program, LAMP. So there's been many times where our city's done lawsuits against LAX. So it's very confusing to me that we're not legally pushing back on Hyperion and the residents are having to take it into their own hands. And lastly, is I just want to follow up on my comment with Diane Jafari. She's a senior in town. Many times on social media, she's complaining she doesn't feel good and she needs help. So Hyperion did send her a purifier, but they sent her the wrong purifier. They sent her one just for odor and not for toxins. So today, I believe this morning, she posted that she keeps on falling and fainting from her dizziness. So I just like, can we please get her some help? I don't know what to do. So lastly, just quite a lot of residents are begging for reimbursement. And my understanding now is up to 12 weeks that they could get reimbursement. And in the meantime, they just have to keep on accruing interest rates on their credit card. So that kind of just sums up my public comments. And thank you for listening. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Zupo.
Tracy Miller Zarnock.
Good, close call there, Zarnicki, but that's okay.
Sorry.
Y'all know who I am, it doesn't matter. So yes, this is Tracy Miller Zarnicki, also chiming in on behalf of the Environmental Committee, who cannot all be here tonight. And this is regarding item D12 as well, the request for more air monitoring from AQMD. I'll go off a little from where Corey was. Just here to remind you, or maybe even inform some of you, that your city environmental committee has long discussed the need for better air monitoring practices here in our town. This conversation has taken place both within our committee and with city staff for years. And you know, we recognize that while El Segundo doesn't fit in the economically disadvantaged box that more often elicits greater government agency support on such environmental justice matters, we do exist in a strongly geographically disadvantaged box based on our immediate industrial neighbors that output high amounts of chemicals just as part of normal business. And we know that the effect on neighbors varies from street to street and elevation to elevation, so at any given point in town, the mix of possible cross-contamination from one of our industrial neighbors on the north, south, east, and west can vary. So I encourage you that you not limit the ask of expanded AQMD monitoring to the Hyperion fence line, but to various other points in our town as well. As a bonus, I can tell you, and Councilmember Drew can corroborate, that LAWA has offered more space on their property for such, as he and I heard firsthand in a meeting last month. And I'm sure that other locations throughout town will be willing to allow monitors on their properties as well. We often talk about children being the most sensitive receptors to environmental impacts. So what about having conversations with perhaps our schools? You might know some folks involved there, and they are certainly concerned about children's health. And in fact, they already abide by whatever AQMD monitoring information they have to decide whether or not outdoor activities can take place on campuses on any given day. So please take this opportunity when respiratory health and long-haul exposure concerns in El Segundo has more attention on it than I can ever recall. Use this opportunity to make as positive an impact as you can to increase awareness and safety for our residents. Thank you for your consideration on this and for all your service to our community, and I'll see you back later for item E13.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller-Zarnicki.
Alex?
Hi, hello, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alix Politanov, and I'll be speaking on agenda item E13. I am the project coordinator of the nonprofit organization Behavioral Health Services, Inc., and we are a subcontractor under the LA County Department of Public Health Tobacco Control and Prevention Program, and I'm here tonight as a representative of the Beach Cities Prevention Community Council Coalition. This coalition is a consortium of community stakeholders taking steps to reduce underage drinking, marijuana, tobacco, and prescription drug misuse. Additionally, our organization previously worked in Redondo Beach and helped with the efforts to pass a smoke-free outdoor areas ordinance in 2019. Our work in Redondo Beach included collecting 300 public opinion surveys from residents concerning their opinions on secondhand smoke in public outdoor areas. We also participated in many events in Redondo Beach, such as National Night Out and the Safety Fair, where we got the chance to engage with the community and speak on the harms of secondhand smoke. Thank you for your consideration of a smoking ban in all outdoor public areas and common spaces of multi-unit residential complexes. In regards to secondhand smoke, there is no safe level of secondhand smoke exposure, and over 170 studies found that smoke-free policies do not have an economic impact on businesses. In regards to youth, research findings in recent cases show severe lung illnesses or vaping-associated pulmonary injuries are linked to e-cigarette use, and 1 in 10 LA County high school students are currently e-cigarette users. I would also suggest that City Council looks at a comprehensive definition of smoke or smoking, such as Redondo Beach's definition, where the term smoke includes but is not limited to tobacco smoke, electronic cigarette vapors, marijuana smoke, and any plant produced intended for human inhalation. E-cigarette aerosol is not harmless water vapor. Evidence continues to build that exposure to electronic smoking device aerosol, including secondhand exposure, has immediate impacts on the human respiratory and cardiovascular systems, and thus likely poses a risk to human health. The first study to look at exposure to aerosol from vapes in real conditions found that non-smokers who were exposed to conventional cigarette smoke and e-cigarette aerosol absorbed similar levels of nicotine. Additionally, secondhand marijuana smoke contains many of the same chemicals and carcinogens as secondhand tobacco smoke. Results from laboratory testing under standard conditions found that secondhand marijuana smoke contained more than twice as much tar and ammonia as tobacco smoke and more than 8 times as much hydrogen cyanide. Currently in LA County, there are 33 cities that have passed smoke-free outdoor dining policies, including Redondo Beach and Palos Verdes Estates more recently, and the City of Rolling Hills Estates is currently drafting their own comprehensive smoke-free outdoor areas ordinance. The benefits of a smoke-free outdoor areas policy includes protecting non-smokers from exposure to secondhand smoke, lowering smoke rates among youth and young adults, and diminishing the social acceptability and social advantage for smoking. No court has ever recognized smoking as a protected fundamental right, nor has any court ever found smokers to be a protected class. Thank you again for your consideration of a smoking ban in outdoor public areas.
Thank you.
Craig Cadwalader.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, council, and staff. My name is Craig Cadwalader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter. And I'm very pleased to see item E13 appear on the agenda. I've been working for, I think, just about 2 decades now. I believe I came by the El Segundo City Council meeting, may have been in 2002, to encourage the city to adopt a smoke-free beach ordinance. And I have worked very deeply with Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, for all the smoking ordinances there to try to reduce the amount of cigarette butt litter that ends up in our streets, parks, in the ocean, and on the beach. And if you look at California Coastal Cleanup Day historical statistics for every year, but last year, which was an anomaly, cigarette butt litter has been the #1 item cleaned up worldwide every year. And it represents over a 30-year period, 37% of all beach litter. We hope that these ordinance, such as smoke-free outdoor places ordinance and multi-unit housing, will help clean the air and reduce the amount of cigarette butt litter in the environment. And this is one of the big things we would like the beach and ocean to be clean and healthy. And that was even brought to mind with the recent Hyperion challenge. And cigarette butts are toxic as well. So we don't want those in the environment. And I wanted to mention that the American Lung Association 2021 State of Tobacco Control report shows for Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, their smoke-free outdoor air all received A's, and all of those cities have smoke-free ordinances. Manhattan Beach got an A overall because they have a tobacco sales ban. Hermosa and Redondo both got B's. but El Segundo has an F for outdoor air quality and a D overall. We would hope that the city could match your neighboring cities and keep it a healthy and clean environment. And I urge you to move forward with this ordinance, which happens to match Laguna Beach, by the way, in AS. And also, please know that San Diego is working on something similarly. Then last, I just wanted to say that I met with, on the Hyperion issue, we met with the LA County Department of Public Health and have worked out in early warning ways that they would contact surf riders so we could reach out to all our members in case there's another spill, so we don't have a repeat of the slow notification of before. Hopefully that'll help one more step to help keep it safe and clean for your residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Alma Sanchez.
Honorable Mayor Boyles and council members, my name is Alma Sanchez, and I am here on behalf of Youth Community Advocates. We have been working in the cities of Signal Hill and Hawaiian Gardens on the issue of secondhand smoke and smoke-free multi-unit housing. I am here today to talk to you about smoke-free multi-unit housing enforcement, as an ordinance is being considered to address the issues of secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing. We hope that the council considers active enforcement as part of a comprehensive policy. Most cities with multi-unit housing policies educate landlords and property managers on how to interpret changes to their city code pertaining to smoking and what it means for their tenants. Some examples include posting clear and unambiguous no smoking signs in sufficient numbers and locations, not permitting the presence of ashtrays and other receptacles primarily used for the disposal of smoking waste within enclosed common areas, and providing written notices to all residents and landlords regarding the smoking restrictions. They also require landlords and property managers to include provisions in any new tenancy lease that smoking is prohibited in those units and enclosed areas, and declare that a breach of the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance is a breach of the rental agreement. For example, several months after the city of Beverly Hills enacted their smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance, they prohibited smoking in all common areas, enclosed and or unenclosed, and in all rental units governed by a new lease or renewed lease, including any renewed month-to-month lease. The following year, they prohibited smoking in all units. This included both rental units and owner-occupied units. The city of Beverly Hills also designates a tobacco ambassador to educate residents about their smoke-free laws and work with code compliance to enforce those laws. This has been shown to be successful. Similarly, the city of Pasadena actively implements their smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance with the assistance of code enforcement. If an individual violates the law and a complaint is made, the city issues a warning letter along with education and information about the law. If a second complaint is made, a second warning letter is issued, and subsequent violations may result in graduated citations ranging from $100 to $1,000 in a given year. While the intent is not to be punitive, these fines help with compliance. Please note that both cities provided ample time for their tenants to comply with the law. Information was shared with landlords and property management, and a reasonable grace period was given for lease terms in rental units to expire. Complexes which involved condos and townhomes are provided more time to comply with since HOAs were involved. I hope the city considers a comprehensive smoke-free multi-unit housing policy solution to help further address the inequities related to secondhand smoke exposure in multi-unit housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Dominica? Dominica? So she has her hand raised, but P-A-R-D-O is the last name, Pardo?
She's muted.
I'm gonna lower the hand, I'm not
You
getting
hear me?
Okay, yes.
Oh, great, thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Boyles and council members. My name is Dominga Pardo, and I am here on behalf of the Smoke-Free Torrance and Hermosa Beach coalitions. We have been working in the cities of Hermosa Beach and Torrance to educate communities about the dangers of secondhand smoke and multi-unit housing. I am here this evening to provide information about tobacco use and secondhand smoke. Tobacco use is the nation's leading cause of preventable death and disease, causing more than 480,000 deaths annually in the United States. It is a risk factor for 4 of the 5 leading causes of death, which are cardiovascular disease, stroke, lung cancer, and emphysema, chronic obstructive coronary disease. Tobacco use kills more people annually in the United States than AIDS, alcohol, car accidents, street drugs, murders, and suicides combined. There are 7,000 chemicals in tobacco smoke alone, and over 70 are known to cause cancer. Some of those chemicals include nicotine, cadmium, ammonia, and arsenic. According to the United States Surgeon General, there is no risk-free level of exposure of secondhand smoke. Even brief exposure can be harmful to your health. Exposure to secondhand smoke is the 3rd leading cause of preventable death in the United States, annually killing an estimated 49,830 non-smoking Americans. The Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, has classified secondhand smoke as a Class A carcinogen, placing it in the most dangerous category, reserved for radon, benzene, and asbestos, a class of carcinogen that has no cancer in humans. The EPA estimates that secondhand smoke causes more than 300,000 cases of asthma, bronchitis, middle ear infections, and pneumonia in children each year in the U.S. According to the 2018 Los Angeles County Health Survey, 10.3% of adults living in multi-unit housing are exposed to secondhand smoke, and 1 to 6 days per week. Additionally, approximately 8.2% of households with children in LA County are regularly exposed to tobacco smoke in the home. Although secondhand smoke exposure has been greatly reduced in many of our cities, exposure continues to occur in households where smoking is allowed. Multi-unit dwellings present a particular challenge for dealing with the health and nuisance problems related to secondhand smoke. Tobacco smoke from one unit may drift through doors and windows, seep through cracks, or circulate through a shared ventilation system and enter the living space of other residents. Like other activities that cause annoyance, irritation, or health problems, smoking can be regulated or prohibited outright, even in private dwellings. Exposure to secondhand smoke affects young children while they are still developing and can initiate disease or aggravate existing illnesses in adults. Over 63 jurisdictions in California have adopted a strong ordinance that prohibits smoking in multi-unit housing. This includes 17 cities in LA County, including Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach, Santa Monica, Culver City, Pasadena, and South Pasadena. To truly protect residents from the dangers of secondhand smoke, our coalitions recommend restricting smoking in 100% of MUH, not just outdoor or common areas. This included all new and existing units, balconies and patios, and all common areas of a property. On behalf of our coalitions, I really would like to thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Pardo.
Okay, that's all I see for hands raised.
Great. All right, Mr. Mitnick, would you like to address any of the comments that were made?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, happy to do so. You had a number of speakers on a variety of topics, some on the council agenda, some not. With respect to those not on the agenda, there was a comment made about the Jocelyn Center, and just as a reminder that Jocelyn Center, the senior center, will reopen on September 13th. And it is true that facility has been used for our incident management team to manage the COVID pandemic situation, and that's worked very well. And we will fully comply with the applicable county public health order when we open that back up. Dial-a-ride service has been suspended for a variety of reasons. We share that with the council and the community. We do have other potential options for our residents, and we're happy to follow up with residents who have questions. We encourage them to call in and or to email us, but if they dial 524-2700 to our community services department, we'll be glad to work with each resident. And to make it clear too, we're working on the possibility of partnering with Lyft or Uber or other services or the Metro micro service program. The goal is not to leave anybody stranded that needs assistance, whether they're disabled or elderly. Again, so if council members, if individuals are calling you, emailing you, send them our way. We'll follow up with each and every resident. With respect to issues at Park Vista.
Can I just ask one question about that? So you mentioned a number. Is that the same number as dial-a-ride? So the residents, the seniors are used to calling dial-a-ride.
Yeah.
So could we not just have someone answer that number and give them help rather than having them call a different number?
Sure, if that's the number, and if Melissa McCollum, oh no, the number I gave is for the Community Services Department. Okay. Right. Okay.
Good, just forward it.
Yeah, so council, within probably the next 20 minutes, I'll have an answer to that, and then we'll provide that information to you, if not at that time, at the end of the meeting. Okay, but again, for the residents, just call us, call the city manager's office if you're confused. We will get you the information you need. And there is a variety of reasons for this: lack of drivers, impacts of the pandemic, and so on. It's not that this city council or this city has decided not to provide the service. This is a universal challenge among California cities right now.
Scott, are you saying that the reason why is that we can't find anyone to drive the truck?
That primarily, yes.
Okay, so the issue is not that we're not looking to find someone or to fund it, it's just we can't find anyone to work it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And with respect to Park Vista issues, yes, that facility was impacted by COVID for the safety of the residents and the employees and visitors. The community areas, common areas, and so on had some limitations, but that is slowly coming back to normal over there. We'll follow up with Mrs. Tucker as need be, or anybody else. So again, if any of the residents of Park Vista have concerns, we encourage them to work with their property management company and or to call us, and we'll do what we can. We follow up on each and every concern that's articulated. And as your city manager, I'm really proud of the services that this city has provided to the residents there throughout the COVID situation. Okay, you heard comments on some of the agenda items, item 12, item 13. You'll get to those when that comes up. And that's about it, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you.
Do you know if the folks that were speaking on behalf of the ESUSD curriculum have addressed those concerns to the school board?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that's my understanding, and the materials that were handed out at the beginning are addressed to the school board.
Thank you.
I'll follow up with the superintendent to make sure all the concerns are articulated here are brought to her attention.
Okay, thank you.
I just did want to bring up that you had two things from Road. Okay, you had Tiffany and you had Joyce. So that is not actually attached to number 13 on the agenda. This is a different thing. That discussion, or what they're asking for is a discussion and possible action, I'm guessing, on the banning of flavored tobacco and vaping products.
Correct. What I heard is the request to expand the smoking item to ban vaping. And
yeah, but I think the one on 13 is for kind of an addition to what we already have, whereas I think, if I'm not mistaken, what they're looking for is a comprehensive citywide ban. So my assumption is that needs to be discussed in a different time frame as a separate agenda item. Am I correct?
I potentially, I'll tell you what, by the time we get to that, we'll be able to help frame that, and if that's the case, we'll point that out. So our city attorney is watching. He's not here right now, but.
Okay, my point was, if it's not addressed there, I do think it's something that we need to address at a future meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you.
A couple other clarifications, Scott. The, let's see, Ms. Zupo, Environmental Committee. Didn't they bring to us the single-use plastics ban language
That's correct.
that we adopted as an ordinance?
That's correct, and
Okay.
it's temporarily suspended during the COVID situation.
Okay, I think we've been working closely with that group, so I don't quite understand some of the comments, but I appreciate them nonetheless. She mentioned a couple other things. I don't know if you can talk about this or if the city attorney would like to. The notion of suing Hyperion, taking legal action, as well as, I know there's new news on the reimbursements, both from Mayor Garcetti's office and an email that we saw earlier today. So you want to expound on those, please?
You could do that now or when that agenda item comes up, when the Hyperion update.
Let's do it now, because people are probably watching, will tune out most likely.
Okay, so on the legal question, as much as I'd like to play a lawyer, we're going to have our city attorney address that. And then the other piece was the reimbursements. So why don't we turn to the city attorney first? He seems to be willing to talk about the legal one, then I'll talk about reimbursements.
Yes, Mayor and Council, there was a question asked about city's ability to sue Hyperion, and there were references made to the city suing LAX over a number of items. And it is true that the city has sued or contemplated suing and or has sued LAX at times in the past regarding operations that are contemplated or planned at that airport pursuant to a land use process where they were studying the potential increase in flights at the facility, and as part of the land use process and the environmental review, the city weighed in with comments and concerns, which led to, again, either threats of litigation or actual litigation, and those were based upon representing what would be, in a broader sense, a public nuisance to all of the residents. Those lawsuits weren't seeking any sort of damages on behalf of the residents, monetary compensation for any harm suffered to the residents or anything of that nature. They were prophylactic in nature and trying to prevent a broad nuisance to the city, noise, toxins coming out of the airport, traffic, those kind of impacts on the city. With regard to Hyperion, to the extent the questions aimed at individual issues that individuals are suffering, as far as damages, whether they've been had to relocate for a period of time, each individual may have health issues that are unique to the individuals, and to the extent there are any damages for those types of injuries, the city doesn't have the ability legally to file lawsuits on behalf of individuals for damages. Now, in theory, if the city could show that after this accident occured, or whether it was accident intentional or whatnot, I don't know all the details of what exactly went wrong at Hyperion, but let's just call it an accident, that after that occurred, if the city was not convinced that, and I know that public works staff and the city manager have been working very diligent to talk with Hyperion daily or very frequently about what actions are being taken as far as cleaning up after the accident to try to get the odors back under control. If the city could prove that, in fact, that Hyperion is not moving quickly to try to correct the problem, that in theory the city could sue Hyperion over that issue. It would take a lot of data and information and experts to do that. I mean, it is a possibility, but it's my understanding that at least staff thinks that they are moving swiftly to try to correct the problem. It doesn't in any way minimize the impact on the residents and how egregious all of this has been, but just try to explain the city can look at an overall nuisance and try to attack that to try to stop some sort of conduct, but it can't sue on behalf of residents for individual damages. Hopefully that's helpful and addresses the question that was raised.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. And just really quickly, Mr. Mitnick, on the reimbursements, because we're talking later about air quality monitoring with regards to Hyperion, but on the reimbursement front, can you share some of the new news?
It was just,
Specifically, I'm referring to the additional resources that have been allocated to the LA City Controller's Office to address the rate at which residents are being reimbursed.
yeah, I'll do my level best here. That is correct. We found out today that the Department of Sanitation's added at least 11 new employees to help with the reimbursements to do those faster and to be as helpful as they can be to the residents that are waiting. I just found out moments ago that the City of LA has extended the reimbursement eligibility period through September 16th, so another week of eligibility. And I know it's frustrating for residents. They've been waiting a long time. I do know that dozens more received reimbursements in the last few days. So the goal is to expedite that. I'm sorry I'm not providing you with more specifics other than an additional 11 human beings have been hired or assigned to this effort. Does that help with clarity?
Helps a bit. Do we have any data points from the city in terms of how long? One of the asks that we had was they provide a reasonable expectation. You submit by this date, you will get the reimbursement by the following, 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever it is. Have they provided that reasonable timeline expectation up until this point?
As far as I know, it's not as short as people would like. I'm trying to see if any other of our staff would like to chime in if anybody has more clarity on that.
I think now that they've allocated more resources, everything we're seeing and hearing is that people want clarity around when they can expect the checks, knowing that they're floating these expenses on a credit cards in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
So,
I have some, Mayor Boyles. I have some information on that. On average, the reimbursements have taken 5 to 6 weeks to process. However, if the application is incomplete or there's some piece of information that's missing, it will cause a delay. So the list of the required documents is on our website, elsegundo.org, and you'll see a banner that says Hyperion information. And you can look and just verify, residents can look and verify that they did, in fact, submit all of the requested information. And if that's the case, they should receive their reimbursement within the average of 5 to 6 weeks, which means some could be 4 weeks, some could be 7 weeks. And that's the best information I was able to gather.
thank you. Do we know how many residents have been reimbursed up until this point?
I
think it's about 10%,
Yeah.
right? But about 10% of the
was a
claims
few,
have gone in.
I believe it's 266.
Yeah,
Out
so
of
less
a
than
couple
that.
thousand so far, correct?
Out of 3,300, I think.
Yeah, those numbers are in the ballpark.
So 2,100 have submitted the documentation, and 3,200 have submitted applications, but not their documentation yet.
So Barbara, one thing I wanted to ask, I might have asked this once before, is that you mentioned, or the City of LA mentioned, that some of the holdup had to do with incomplete submissions or an error or something. Well, my question is, are they being told that they're missing something right away? Or is this going through a weeks-long process before someone finally gets to it and they say, oh, by the way, you're missing this form, and now the clock starts again? Because that seems to be an easy way to delay payment.
Yes, they, well, as it was explained to me, they're notifying, they have to process the applications and they're notifying people as quickly as possible of missing items. But I think it would move faster if people checked the list to make sure that they did submit everything. And if they missed something, to submit it immediately. But
again, you don't know you're doing
Commendations is that
something
they're-
wrong, and you don't know you're
they're
doing
making
something
every
wrong until
effort.
somebody tells you. Is my point. So
How long does it take?
no, I said you don't know you're doing something wrong until someone tells you. For example, if you submitted the first time and they asked for a W-9, which again, that's the story for another day, but subsequently when you send in expenses, you don't have to keep resubmitting that same W-9. So there's different information that comes out. I know that because I went through the process just so I could see what everyone else has to go through. And it's not cut and dried. You fill something out, you might get an email, okay, we received it, you might not. Thankfully our staff internally, yourself and Portland especially, have been a big help on it. But honestly, without what Portland has done, Portland Bates last week or 2 weeks, I don't think people would know what their status is right now. So it's a difficult process. I know we got to keep sticking on it. I know it's not going great right now, but I just think there has to be some clarification on if someone submits something and it's not complete, City of LA can't wait a month to tell them that it's incomplete and then start the clock again. So how do we get down to that? Or who do we get through to get some clarification on that?
When we do get to that agenda item, I think the LA staff will be able to perhaps answer that more clearly. But in the meantime, if residents are experiencing issues or have concerns, we'll have Portland Bates do the follow-up for them. That's the best we can do. For the viewers watching, we're sorry that it's this way, but it's not our program. But we can be an advocate for each and every resident to the best of our ability. I was looking at the communication that was sent to us earlier. Barbara mentioned that approximately 3,200 applications were received from El Segundo residents, with 1,200 being have submitting receipts, and they're trying to get the receipts and other information from the remaining 1,100. But 266 residents have received checks totaling $276,000. So it's a start. Not where we want to be, but it is a start. So the takeaway from this discussion right here is residents, call us. We'll be your advocate to get information for you. If we can't get you the check, we can at least let you know where you stand in the system.
Mr. Mitnick and Ms. Voss, to piggyback on Councilmember Giroux's statements, you submit your receipts and 5-6 weeks later, you get payment. I believe in one of the email correspondence we've received is that finance charges would be covered as well, like the carrying cost. And so I guess to Councilmember Giroux's point, you submit on day one, you're submitting the receipts of what you spent. But by the time they get paid back 6 weeks later, we have finance charges on top of that. How is that being handled? Do you have any idea how that's being handled? Have they actually committed to covering those costs?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we were advocating for that. They have not committed to that, the ability to charge or reimburse for interest charges. And again, we'll have the LA staff on. When we get to that agenda item, you can ask that question for more specifics. But my understanding is they are not covering that at this time. They are not. We were advocating for that to be covered.
So we're going to have them out. Let's hold our, okay, so.
And I just have one other point. What disturbs me is that there's 1,000 people that submitted an initial application but have not submitted receipts. I know 3 people that had submitted the application and never received the email confirmation, the link to submit the receipts. So I mean, 1,000 people is a lot of people. I would surmise, just because of just pure, from my experience, that many of those people are still waiting on the email to submit the receipts. So I'm a little bit concerned about that number. 1,000 people have not resubmitted the receipts, and I think it's because they probably have not received the email with the link.
Okay. All right, so they're going to be on.
They are. And again, just in the interim, we will get to each and every resident. To the extent that they're willing to let us know about their challenges, we will follow up on their behalf. It'll take some time, but in the interim, Portland Bates, an analyst in our office, this is his mission. He'll deal with these one by one, and I'll throw as many staff members as we have to work with LA on this.
Yeah, I can just echo that. If there is a resident who has not received that link or has not been able to submit their receipts, to please contact Portland or the 1-800 number, their customer care center, and get that worked out. But if you work with Portland, he will directly pass your message along to the right people.
Mr. Mitnick, you said something that made me think. Is the city of El Segundo able to submit a request for reimbursement for Mr. Bates' time? Seeing as we have a staff member 110% completely committed to this incident and their inability to stand up this program and follow through with this program.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the city does have the ability to file a claim. And so the answer to the question is yes, we have the ability to file a claim. The program they have now, the reimbursement program, that's a residential reimbursement program for hotel stays and air condition related impacts, but we absolutely have the ability to file a claim.
Thank you.
Just, Mr. Mayor, on one separate note, I know we had two reasonably impassioned public comments on the schools piece, and I think it's worth reiterating, and I know we do all the time, and it gets somewhat repetitive, but as confusing as it is, in the state of California, the city does not have a role in the governance of the schools. So there's not us shirking this piece, but we have people who have concerns about El Segundo Unified. We do not have a role in that. And I think that that's sometimes confusing for people to know, especially people who've moved here from other places. These are clearly longtime residents who understand the framework of it, but for people watching at home, just the way the separation of powers works in California, that is not in our ballpark.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, we're on to item A, procedural motions.
Mr.
Read all.
Mayor, yes. I do have one thing. I did get clarity on the Jocelyn Center or the dial ride.
Yeah.
So if there are going to be two community meetings at the Jocelyn Center, one on this Thursday, the 9th at 10 a.m., and then again at 2 p.m. Residents may call Dial Ride or Ryan Delgado at area code 310-524-2741 for assistance about those two meetings or information. We'll make sure this is prominently displayed on our city webpage. I wanted to point that out. And then the Jocelyn Center actually is technically open right now. The expanded hours will start on the 13th. And we are providing additional programming for older adults at the library as well. Just wanted to read that in to the record. Thank you.
Did you say that was the same phone number as the dial ride to Councilmember Perstuck's question?
That is the dial ride phone
Okay,
number,
great.
yes.
All right, the special presentations, did we figure out the technology? Are we good on that, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, we're on to special presentation. We're gonna go backwards. Community service commendations for summer staff. We've got Councilmember Giroux has a commendation. Thank you, sir.
All right. Whereas recreation and library facilities and programs are an integral part of the El Segundo community and are vitally important to establishing and maintaining quality of life, ensuring the physical and emotional health of all citizens, and providing opportunities for children, teens, and adults to connect with nature, books, art, and each other. And whereas community services staff acted quickly and thoughtfully to maintain access to recreational and educational facilities and provide beloved and reimagined experiences during a time of great challenge. And whereas between June to August of 2021, over 9,000 people attended the summer concert series, 915 played, learned, and made friends at day camps, 4,100 celebrated July 4th at Rec Park, 635 participated in the summer reading program, with 263,949 minutes read, over 19,000 visited the library, 3,435 shopped at the farmer's market, 19,973 reserved lanes for lap swim, 2,539 reserved courts for tennis and pickleball, 459 competed on 29 adult softball league teams, 351 participated in outdoor story times, a small fairy garden arose outside of the children's library, 8 poets and artists interacted with residents and visitors during the city's first Art and Dine series, and the Aquatic Center hosted the Olympic gold medalist USA Women's National Water Polo Team versus the bronze medalist Hungarian national team, as well as the USA Water Polo National Junior Olympics. Now, therefore, on the 7th day of September 2021, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California, hereby commend all of our community services staff for their significant contributions to community well-being this summer.
Well done. Thank you, Councilmember Giroux. And I see Director McCullum. Melissa, did you want to say a few words?
I do. Thank you so much, Councilmember Giroux, Mayor, and the entire City Council for recognizing the great work of the Recreation and the Library divisions this summer. I echo your appreciation for their many contributions and do acknowledge that we have more work to do. Many of your community services staff are on the Zoom this evening, and hopefully you and the viewers at home can see all of them. But if not, I know that they're all listening, including Recreation Superintendent Ericia Hester and Library Manager Mark Herbert, our Recreation Supervisors Rachel Cummings, Sean Green, and Linnea Palmer, Senior Librarians Christina Cora Beckman and Julie Todd, Recreation Coordinator Joe Lormans, and our Cultural Arts Coordinator Sam Lee, Senior Library Assistant Bryce Tucker, and our School Library Assistant Penny Armstrong. And there are dozens more, including rec leaders, lifeguards, and library clerks, also responsible for keeping city facilities and camps, farmers markets, special events, and more open and operating. So definitely a huge team effort during a challenging time. And tonight's commendation is greatly appreciated and will be shared by all. So thank you again, City Council, and to the entire Community Services team. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mrs. McCollum. We got a little siren going on here, so we're not quite sure what's going on, but Mr. Mitnick, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and to our employees who are on the screen, a big shout out and to say thank you to them. We were talking about Park Vista earlier. Some of these men and women and their employees did exemplary work during the pandemic to help the residents there. We're very appreciative. And also, council, many of our part-time employees were hit hard by the pandemic. They were not paid. They're not full salaried. So dozens and dozens of people that counted on this work, even though it's part-time work, they had to go without. So they truly sacrificed with not having those work hours. So for those that hung in there with us and did come back, we're very appreciative. Their work matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. I know you probably changed course a dozen times during COVID with all the policies, programs, and everything else. So thanks for being creative, innovative, and nimble. We really appreciate it. Great service. All right. Okay, we're on to COVID-19 update item 2 with Battalion Chief Dina Lee.
Correction.
I'm sorry.
That would be Acting Fire Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Acting Fire Chief. Dina, please excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, members of City Council. I'm Dina Lee, your Acting Fire Chief, with the COVID update. Let me share my screen. Stand by. Are you able to see the screen?
We are, Chief. Thank you.
Okay. The first slide here shows the 5-day case rate is trending down, which is good. LA County down by 148 cases, El Segundo down 48 cases. As more people are being tested, kids going back to school, we may see the case rate go up, but for now, I'm going to take that as a positive that the case rate is going down. The next slide here is a comparison of cases. I put some dates in here to compare where we were at the height in January of 2021 with hospitalizations at 7,117 to kind of give some perspective that hospitalizations now in July of 2021 are at 474, just to show where we've been and where we are now with the cases and the hospitalizations. The hospitals are doing okay. In the meetings that I've attended, they're still able to perform elective surgeries and handle any surge that happens. We're keeping the all-hazard incident management team through the end of the year in anticipation of the booster dose or third dose for city employees. The IMT will offer clinics for Park Vista and also any groups of 50 or more that are going to be receiving that booster dose. Or we can facilitate going to Rite Aid or the other places that, that offer the vaccine. On this slide, I have the different variants. The one that we're keeping an eye on right now is the Lambda. And right now, as mentioned in last council meeting, the Delta variant is making up 95% of cases that we're seeing right now. Like I mentioned, the IMT will remain in place through the end of the year. Most costs are reimbursable 100%. And the IMT is helping to track the cases and also the mandates and make sure that we're up to compliance with the different mandates and as they change. Any questions?
No, Chief, I think we're good. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to item A, procedural motions. Read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only. Would someone like to make a motion to read all ordinances and resolutions by title only?
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you.
Nichols, second.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please take a voice vote?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstack.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. Gone.
I feel like he's coming in a second now.
Okay.
There he is. Procedural motions.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, brother.
Thank you. All right, we're on to consent. Item 10, a note to the public and council has been pulled by staff. That's going to come back at a later date. Are there any other polls on consent?
6 and 8, please.
6 and 8. Any others? No. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve items 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9? Oh, Councilman Nichol, did you have something? No.
You just said
6,
9.
8, and 10. No, I have motion to approve all the other ones, including 9.
Are you and I, as members of Kiwanis, allowed to vote on number 9?
Oh, good question. There's 3 of us that are members of, no? Okay.
Not currently.
Okay. I don't know. Good question. Can we
I
vote
just
on
want
it?
to make sure.
It's probably good from an optical standpoint.
Okay, so what we'll do is, let's see, let's go to items. We have a motion to approve 3, 4, 5, and 7.
Giroux, so moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Persick, second.
Great, Madam Clerk, would you please do a voice vote on 3, 4, 5, and 7?
Yes. Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstack.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes, okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it over to you for item 9, and then once that's done, we'll come back for 8 and 10. Okay.
We have 6 and 8 pulled. Do we do those first and then approve 10? on
Yeah, we
consent?
can, either way.
Either way?
Either way.
Oh, excuse me, 9.
Well,
Vote on-
yeah, 9 was not,
9 was not pulled.
but I did name 9.
If you just name them all, then I will know that.
Okay, great.
Nichol and
So let's
Boyles
just make
did
another
not
motion for 3,
vote,
4,
with the
5,
exception-
7, and 9. Someone like to approve that?
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you.
Persick, second.
Okay, and then we'll do a voice vote on those, and then I guess Scott and I will just not vote on 9?
Correct.
Okay,
With the exception of.
okay, great.
So you're good.
Yeah.
Want me to take the vote again?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstack.
Without. Is he
Without
supposed to say
nine.
Sorry, it's okay. He's voting on everything, and I will note with the exception of 9.
yes?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes, with the exception of 9. All right, 5-0, thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, number 8.
May I do 6 first, Mr. Mayor? Item 6 I pulled, 6 and 8.
Oh, yeah, my apologies.
So 6.1 is the question that I have. This is on the checkout restrooms in Rec Park, something that has round support and is needed in the spirit of our Public Works cranking through projects and getting them done on schedule and under budget. I think it is worth noting this is a $200,000 project that we're expanding to $500,000, $60,000 of which are for design. I think for a lot of people looking into that, for the expansion of 2 restrooms in a building, $60,000 worth of design seems like an awful lot. And more than doubling this project is something that I think we're all sensitive about bullet train sort of comparisons. So I know that we have insight into reading it a bit on the council side. Mr. Minnick, if there's anyone available to speak as to why it's $60,000 to design the restrooms, and I know we're expanding the restrooms, but it just seems like a lot for a building that has 3, a storeroom, a checkout booth, and 2 restrooms. If we could just talk through that just briefly so the public understands what we're trying to do.
Sure, we'll have our Public Works Director, Elias Sassoon, do that. And just as a reminder, this item did go to the Rec and Parks Commission, and they had a discussion on this. So, Elias, I believe you're out there.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. Thank you so much for the question. These numbers that you indicated, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, are just basically estimates. We have not entered into any engineering agreement with the architect for the expansion of the building, for adding more restroom stalls. Certainly, as I indicated, these just estimates at this time, but certainly when we do receive the proposal, I personally will look into that, and I can assure you that we are going to make sure that whatever we approve is based on exactly the time that it takes. So that just add a little more to that. The reason that we think it's not as easy as it looks is because we not only have to expand the plumbing, but we also have to add another unit for heating the water in that facility in order to be able to accommodate the additional sinks that are needed. There are walls that have to be taken down, so there might be some structural analysis that would have to take place. When you remove a wall, it's not as easy as frankly it sounds. In order to do the expansion, certain elements of the structure has to be analyzed to make sure that precautions are made once you open those walls up. So we're still able to have the integrity of the structure of the building. And also there are going to be some items that we have to fix with relation to ADA compliance and the building code. And I'd be more than happy to answer any more question if you have any more.
I'm just mindful that $500,000 gets you almost to the average cost of a single-family home in California, and for people in the residents to understand that we are allocating that much money to 2 restrooms and a checkout counter and some storage area is a lot. So I know this is just a number in the budget, and the actual negotiations and engineering will go in. I'm conscious the cost of materials is high, but $60,000 to design restrooms makes that, and to be honest, a career field I wish I'd gone into. But I think something that we should be very, very watchful of when we do this. I know you will. You've been delivering projects under budget. I trust you implicitly, but just be mindful of that. That again, we get to see all of these details in planning. The public does not always get to see it, and that is a big, big number. So with that, I'll move approval.
Well, I have one other question.
Excuse me, sorry.
In the bid, does it also include temporary restrooms for people once those restrooms are down during construction? Have we put that component into the?
Yes, ma'am. If we go with the expansion, then the public gets to use the services of the bathroom uninterrupted.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we, as a government entity, we also deal with prevailing wages, which force the cost of construction up considerably. School district has the same challenge. Okay, did you want to move approval, Chris?
I move approval, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Nichols, second.
All right. Madam Clerk, we'd have a voice vote on item 6, please.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Verstyk.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, Chris, item 8, please.
Yeah, similarly, item 8, this is the CicLAvia. This is the biking event through the city. We're allocating $70,000. I know that that's twice as much as we do to the Art Walk. There's a projection of somewhere between 10 and 30,000 people. Do we expect, is that 10 to 30,000 people coming through the total City of LA region participant, or do we expect that many people coming in as an economic boon to the city?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're going to have our Community Services Director, Melissa McCollum, will answer that. But just as a reminder, this is authorization to apply for the grant. We're not committing anything at this point, and there is a local share. With that, I'll hand it off to Director Melissa McCollum.
Sure, we do anticipate great participation from residents, but also participation from throughout LA County. It would be a partnership with Metro, so we'd encourage people to take public transit to reach the route, and then to come into El Segundo. There is a huge economic benefit. They have found in other events that have been in other locations, according to Metro Metro reports, there is about a 25% increase in revenue for the participating businesses on the day of the event, because it's usually from about 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, and oftentimes the participants will stay after the event and enjoy the neighborhood and the community as well. I do have Cultural Arts Coordinator Sam Lee on the line as well. He made a presentation to the Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee last month and is available to do the same for you if you're interested in hearing a few more details or seeing pictures from the recent CicLAvia event that was in Wilmington. And it didn't make it into the staff report, but the Art and Culture Advisory Committee did vote to support the application for the grant if you support it as well.
And just so we understand, the concept is that people will ride the green line to the end of the green line and then bike back through the city of El Segundo and then continue north toward Marina del Rey. Is that?
So actually, the route that you see in the staff report does begin at the green line and ends at Library Park, but you could join the route at any point and go in either direction. We anticipate that some people will come up, from the bike path along the water also. So it's not a race. It's not a set route that you have to follow. The idea is just really to close the streets and to promote active transportation. So bicycling, roller skating, walking with strollers, all sorts of just non-motorized transportation. So it's just a really fun event to kind of build community, but also promote physical activity and vibrant public spaces. And then yes, promoting bicycling and public transportation as well. It really, if you haven't participated in them, they have been in LA County since 2010. It's actually based on a program that started in Columbia, but just tons of success. They've closed down Wilshire for it. They've closed down, streets in downtown in Pasadena, many different communities, and a lot of people go to every one. A lot of people just, will try it because it's such a unique experience to be able to bike on these streets that are typically closed or that at least that you're sharing the road with cars. So it's a really fun event, and I think would bring a lot of not only people, but a lot of additional attention to El Segundo.
Last question, I promise. Is the $70,000 anticipated matching share, I know that's in-kind services, does that count fully burden rate for police closing the roads? Is that why that's such a big number?
So yes, the staffing would be fully burden rates for police, for fire, for public works, and other city staff as well. Our contribution could come in a variety of ways, including potentially from the Cultural Development Fund for, often there's, bands and art installations along the route also, in addition to food trucks and other things to kind of enhance the experience.
So how much money would you expect to come out of that fund, like cash?
So what we are proposing is to apply for a grant of $350,000, and that could all come from the Cultural Development Fund if that was the decision that was made, or it could be a combination.
So we didn't catch that. You cut out.
So our proposal is to apply for a grant of $350,000 from Metro, and then the city share would be $70,000, and that could all come from the Cultural Development Fund if that was the decision that was made, or it could be a combination and combined with other sources as well.
So
We think in addition to Metro that there's some other partnership opportunities too.
Well, I'm just concerned because that $70,000 wasn't on the ask that we approved about a couple months ago. So now this is new and this has just popped up, and it wasn't clear that it was $70,000 coming from that fund. So, and then the other thing that concerns me is, like, we just had the car show and we actually charged the chamber to close the road, and we had thousands of people come downtown and bring in revenue to the town. So I think there's a little bit of, this seems like I'm not saying this isn't a project we should do, but, I'm just concerned that is this just a new project, it's a pet project someone wants to do, and now we're gonna pay $70,000 to fund it. So, and it's not something we discussed. So I'm kind of a little hesitant on this here.
So the event is actually not scheduled until May of 2023. The reason that we're coming to you now is we did just learn about the grant, the Metro grant in August, and there is a deadline to apply, which is September 15th. So that is the reason why we're coming to you at this point.
Melissa, one question for
You
me.
want to see pictures of the event? I don't know if that's helpful, just to kind of envision.
I'm familiar with it. I have a question though. Is this, I didn't see it in the staff report, maybe I missed it. Are we going to be the only CicLAvia event in LA, or are we doing this in conjunction with other cities? I mean, other areas of LA?
There would likely be other CicLAvia events in 2023. There's usually a few a year. I don't believe that there has been one in the South Bay though, so we would be the first in this area.
Okay, thanks. And has there been consideration, knowing that for the last 5 years, the COG's been working on the master bike plan and the local travel network, to do this through multiple cities to share the cost?
Again, because of the quick turnaround, we didn't go that route. We didn't look at it as a collaborative grant application. We certainly are looking at that in terms of implementing it if we do move forward. There is a great bicycle advocacy community within the South Bay, and we know that there would be a lot of partners interested in bringing this to the area. But we did not approach other cities about jointly applying for the grant.
Thank you. And I spoke for my colleagues. Does anyone want to see the pictures who's not familiar with the event? No? Okay.
Well, I'm just surprised. I mean, I think we had a process in place to approve the funding, to spend the money from the fund, and this is just kind of like thrown at us separately. And it's $70,000. That $70,000 could do something else. So I understand the timeline is short, but do you have to spend the $70,000, or that's just what you anticipate? I mean, can you apply for the grant without us approving spending $70,000?
So there would be the requirement of a 20% match. So you wouldn't need to approve that it was $70,000 from the Cultural Development Fund, but it would need to be willing to do that match in order to move forward with the grant application.
Mr. Mitnick, yeah. Melissa Scott's got a plan.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, can help provide some clarity on this. There's an 80-20 funding, so they want some skin in the game from the local community. Does it have to come from the government? No. Could it come from a local bike group or so on, or some other source? Yes. So when this was brought to my attention fairly recently, and I was very protective of the general fund. That's why you don't see in that report a reference to the general fund. We would not recommend that the general fund do this unless the city council said that's what you want to do. So no harm, no foul in applying for the grant. So perhaps you would be comfortable, we'll apply for the grant, let's see what happens. If there's a local share and you're not comfortable using the 1% for the arts fund, then this could just go away. Or the arts, or the advocates of this can search for another way to get the 20% share. So the council, you should be very comfortable with this. If you're not, we could pause and relook at it. But we do apply for grants for a variety of things, and we see what happens.
Can we make our grant response contingent on outside funds, so that we don't have to use the arts and culture, and therefore it's like, assuming we can raise the funds and there's sentiment and appetite for this, then the other groups can pitch in and fund it, or is that not acceptable to Metro?
I believe we can wordsmith it that way, but is that the sentiment of the council, that you're okay applying for the 80% grant, but as far as the 20% share, what I'm hearing is don't go to the general fund, and you're not comfortable using the arts fund for that, because that was not in the initial budget, which you adopted not that long ago on June 15th. Is that what we're hearing?
Well, I've only heard from a few of us, but.
To Councilmember Perstick's point, I think part of it is just it being kind of slid in there on us at the last minute. Okay, that's problematic, and I think we have to try to avoid doing that going forward. That being said, it seems to me that even if you apply for the grant and you get the grant, you don't have to take the grant.
That's correct.
So I think what you're asking is, do we go ahead and apply for it, with the caveat being, if we're not comfortable with where our 20% is coming from, we can just sit there and let this thing slide.
That's
Does
correct.
that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if they can't get the grant, this whole conversation is moot anyway.
That's correct.
So, you know, with that in mind, I think there's nothing wrong with going for that grant, with the caveat being we still have a decision to make if and when it actually happens.
Yeah, I remember, it's a good point, because I remember on the dais a few years ago considering a grant to study housing. But that grant required us to pursue action if we were approved. So that is not the case here. We're not committing to any action on a go-forward basis by submitting the grant.
We'll, because I don't know for 100% certainty here, I don't know if Melissa does, but we get the gist of what your concern and direction is. We'll confirm that. And if there is a catch that if you apply, then you have to, then we'll pull it.
Okay, well, I would support it, to Mayor Pro Tem's original point, if the funds didn't come from the city or the arts and culture. I was just doing some math on, to your point about the art walk. I mean, we gave them $25,000, $30,000, and we got, this year was a little bit less because it was only one night, but that was a very calculated decision that we made in the dais based on the amount of impressions and people we thought we'd be bringing to the town.
Yeah.
And so,
Oh, that was, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The other point, the council member made a comment about the permit fee. So you do have a formula approach, and that formula approach for the car show had, I think it was a 25% fee or something. So that same analysis would take place here. We'd go through that formal process in calculating that fee. Sorry, thank you.
My thoughts on it are as follows. I think it's a great idea. Seen the events, seen coverage of the events in the past. To Mr. Mayor Boyle's point, I think it would be better served if there were other beach cities included in this, and some combination of the master bike plan and how people are getting around the South Bay. I think it's a good idea. I think that based upon the deadline of submitting the grant, it was moved forward in this manner, and I would think that there's another deadline of September 15th of 2022 for the events in 2024. And so I would prefer the Arts and Culture Committee or Cultural Development Services to look into combining an event with our neighboring South Bay cities, and then coming back with a true plan of where the funds are going to come from, and come back to this dais in a year, like next August. Because, and this is, sometimes I feel like I'll dumb down statements for no reason other than just to dumb them down. It's a cool event. Is it $70,000 cool? I don't think so. Is it $70,000 cool for the residents of El Segundo? Not in my opinion. I may be way off. I may not have my finger on the pulse of what every member of this community truly wants, but to think about the money that we spend and how we spend it, an event like this that ties in the metro, which is in our town, but it isn't near and dear to the hearts of our residents per se, and to say that we're gonna put $70,000 from wherever it may come from towards this event, and even if it is, hey, apply for the grant, if we get it, we don't have to move forward. I don't even want the residents to think that we would even consider spending $70,000 on something like this at this time. That's my opinion. Do with it as you will.
And I'm going to chime on to that. I mean, we had talked about the plunge, which still is closed, and that we wanted to use some of the art fund to do some of the design work at the plunge. And if we keep spending the money in the fund, we won't have that money when it comes time to do the design work. So I think to Councilmember Nichols' point, you know, our residents would, you know, $70,000 is a lot of money, and we have a lot of things that need to be done in our town, and I think the focus should be on things that currently the residents want. And I just, like I said, it's frustrating when I hear from the chamber that they had to spend, you know, $1,400 to get permits to close the streets, or how much it was, and that brought a lot of people and revenue to our town, yet we're willing to spend $70,000 on something to bring, you know, that maybe people aren't that interested in. And we haven't really, we're doing you know, one of the things we could talk about is we're doing that assessment needs survey for the Parks and Recs. one of the questions could be about events and what type of events our residents actually want to see here. And we could use that information.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstuck. Does anyone want to entertain a motion on this, or are we letting this one? Bye. Nope, okay, no one's gonna move approval on that. That concludes consent. We are on to public hearing staff presentations, item 11, proposed, yes, ma'am?
I'll make a
I
motion.
move to not consent.
I second that
I
move.
don't, yeah, we don't have a motion to approve, yeah, it's dead.
Can
Staff
you-
presentations, item 11, proposed cannabis initiative, petition, and possible cannabis tax measure. And Mr. Mitnick, who's gonna present on this?
Our city attorney, Mark Hensley.
Great.
Mayor and City Council, the city early this summer received a initiative petition to allow cannabis retail uses and potentially commercial uses in the city. And after the circulator of the initiative actually submitted it 3 times. It made some changes the first couple times. And so just to provide some background, because it has been, it's been out there for a little while, but finally on July 20th, the third, and the last filing of the initiative petition with the city clerk's office was received. And just for a little background, in California, if someone wants to, either at the local, county, or state level, put a law on the books without it being done by the legislative body of those various agencies, then residents can, residents can of the state or city or the county can pull what is called an initiative petition and circulate it and get signatures to put something on the ballot so that they can make something a law. In this case, what the circulator is attempting to do is to make the retail sale of cannabis in El Segundo legal. Under the city's current ordinance, any commercial cannabis uses are prohibited. So this would seek to get the voters, if they can get this initiative petition on the ballot, this would seek to change the existing law that the council has put in place. And what this is proposing is to allow for up to two retail businesses in the either the C3 commercial zone or in the Smoky Hollow West zone. And the businesses would be required to be located 1,000 feet from any school or daycare use and 600 feet from any youth center, which is defined as a park or athletic facility, recreation facility, etc. It would also provide that it would be up to the council to allow, if it wanted to, commercial cannabis uses such as cultivation, warehousing, and distribution, etc. Again, that is not required under the ordinance or under this initiative petition if it were to get through the process and passed by the voters. But that would be up to the council. But the 2 retail establishments would be required, if you will. In order for this to qualify, the circulator of the initiative petition has to gather 10% of the registered voters in the city, and they have until January 26th to collect that number of signatures. If they can gather those number of signatures, and what occurs is that will be, if they decide to turn it in the city clerk's office will review it, do a facial review and count of the number of signatures, and then there will be a selective process where they essentially go in and audit a certain number of signatures to determine whether or not they're valid or not. And if that occurs, then it would be placed no later than the November 2022 general election of the city. If they were able to gather the signatures, the January date is the outside date. In theory, They can turn it in as soon as they gather enough signatures, and we don't know when that might be. But if they were to do that relatively quickly, it could potentially allow the council to put it on the June 2022 special election, which would be combined with the, well, actually, the council could call special election time lots, but there'll be a June 2022 special election. That's when the primary, I believe, will be for the governor and other statewide election offices. So that is a potential if the council want to consider it. If it gets the qualifying number of signatures, and it will then be presented to the city council, at which point the council can either adopt it, that is, the council has the ability to simply just adopt it without putting it out to the voters and make it the law, or you can place it on the ballot and the voters will need to vote on that. It would take a simple majority for it to pass. One of the reasons this would be placed on the agenda tonight is one for background purposes, and so the public's aware of what is happening and transpiring with this issue, but also under the election code, this is a chance for the council to direct staff if you want to. It's not a requirement, but if you want some issues studied on this initiative, then you can direct staff to study issues and bring back a report to you about questions you may have about this matter. Generally, cities are precluded from spending money on political matters like initiative petitions or elections, but the election code specifically allows a legislative body to do some research or have its staff do some research and come back with a report for information that can be made available to the council and the public so that potentially people are better educated about what the initiative means or what the impacts of it would be. Again, this is not a requirement, something the council may do. Things that are identified in the election code, and there's really there's very few restrictions about what you can study, but some things that are called out are impacts on surrounding land uses, impacts on financial impacts of the initiative petition. In these particular type of situations with cannabis, communities often look at crime and public safety issues. So these are the kind of things, again, if council wants to, you can direct staff to go and research. And the amount of time that staff has is a moving target because we don't know exactly when this initiative petition, it may never be turned in. It could be turned in theory, tomorrow. It just depends on how much money and effort they're putting into gathering signatures. But the council can only have staff work on this for a period not to exceed 30 days past the time the signatures are validated by the city clerk's office. So we wanted to bring this to you timely so that you could determine whether you want staff to do some background work on this and to come back to council with a report. Finally, and it's noted in the staff report, and this is not really subject to this time limit for this study, but staff is looking at that if this were to qualify, staff's undertaking review to determine whether a tax should be placed. It would come to council with recommendation, rather, whether council would want to place a tax on the ballot at the same time this goes to the voters, so that potentially the sales or uses could be taxed, as you were finding many other public agencies are doing with this. And so what staff is doing is looking at what all the other cities and counties are doing as far as tax programs on cannabis uses. The other thing that some cities do with regard to this kind of, with regard to initiative petitions generally, is there is the ability potentially, if you want staff to review the ordinance and look at whether or not there may be some almost negotiation, if you will, with the circulator, where the staff can look to see whether there might be language that would be more acceptable to the city, and then meet with the circulator and discuss whether or not you may want to agree to some changes in the language. But what that would mean would be the circulator would only agree to make those changes if the council would still put it before the voters. But sometimes cities do that with initiative petitions so that you gain some control that's over the language that's placed in the initiative petition. So with that, I will in my report and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
To be clear, City Attorney, the City Council can take no action to interfere with a citizen or resident initiative in this regard. So we have the opportunity to approve if the survey is validated, or the petition is validated, or send it to a general election, but we do not have any ability, this is for the residents at home, to cast aspersions or have an opinion one way or the other, correct?
The city cannot spend any public funds on opposing or promoting an initiative petition. There's a very narrow area where you can educate, which is gets narrower and narrower every court ruling and every FPPC regulation, where you can provide some very limited information to the public about the initiative petition. But you can't in any way support or promote an initiative petition.
And we have that narrow window for, to study any sort of revenue to offset impacts. But for me, I don't know if we have to vote on that. There's a receive and file, correct?
It can be a receive and file. And again, the point of this tonight was to bring the public up to speed and give the council the opportunity, if you want to direct staff to go study issues about the impacts of this initiative, that you do have that opportunity up until the time that this essentially qualifies for the ballot, or 30 days after the signatures are verified. And so we do have a broader frame that we can operate under now as far as looking at the initiative and coming back to council reporting. Once it goes to the final process, and the council really has to become quiet on the issue, if you will. And so this is just an opportunity, if the council wants to take it, to have staff study issues and come back to you.
Well, if this is the deliberative moment on that, I would say at virtually every civic or municipal, whether it's League of Cities or contract cities, there is always a codicil that deals with cannabis policy. And I think if there's, after going to now 3 years of these things, I would say if there's one key element they cite, is that you have to have an impact policy as a city. You cannot be left with the general fund holding the bag on how to address the impacts of this. Whether you're for or against, neutral, it is an industry that is not typically addressed by the concept of municipal codes. And so I think that at least studying a revenue measure on this is very important, because if it passes, it's going to have a whole host of impacts that I don't think we're constructed for at the moment.
So am I correct in really what we're doing tonight, other than receiving and filing, is trying to take a proactive approach in case they actually get this on the ballot? Is that pretty much where we're at? So we're looking at the scenario, all the signatures get verified, it's going to go on the ballot. We need to have a potential tax measure and an impact report or impact study prepared. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I can weigh in first, there's a number of cities as a result, there's a number of cities that do not have retail cannabis, but have a revenue policy should it pass, sort of a prophylactic policy of how they're going to address this. I believe Carson has a significant one, and that's the one I remember doing a lot of research on, but that could be no longer the case. But
And they're all getting served with similar petitions, not all of them, but many of them.
Mr. Mayor?
Please, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I don't want to be duplicative on comments, but to be clear to the viewers, this is not something that this city council is contemplating. In fact, you have a moratorium on this. So it does behoove us as a municipality, if this is staring the community in the face, to do an analysis of what it might cost, but also there are cities that do not take a proactive stance on the revenue side, and they invariably do regret not doing that. So we have a professional obligation as your staff to point that out. It does not mean we're an advocate for cannabis. It's just part of the financial calculation. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to study the impact of proposed cannabis initiative and tax measures? First, you want to, yeah.
Before we make the motion, Mr. Mitnick, you sit here before us on numerous occasions explaining how we're understaffed, or you don't have enough staff to complete all the tasks that we set upon you. and here it is, we're about to potentially task you with something else. So my question is, one, what staff would potentially be working on this? And two, what will they not be working on while they're working on this?
That's a, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, great question. We talked about that at 18 today. We'll start with Joe Lilio, our finance director, and we'll work with our development services staff as well and our city attorney to answer that question. I'm happy to do a follow-up memo because I do not know the answer per se, because I wanted to see if we have direction to do it. If it's more than, I don't know, 20 hours or some number, and it's an extensive amount of work, we might pursue bringing in a consultant to help us with it.
I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of, you know, how we're prioritizing our asks of you,
Right.
and then the demands that you then put on your staff. You know, because if something then comes back to us and it's not done to the level in which we want it done, and your reasoning as well, you also asked us to get this done, and so we're stretched thin.
We are thin, and that happened with one of the items we pulled off the agenda tonight. Not offering excuses, but trying to just do too much. But then in this case, we're reacting to an organized group that's putting something in front of you. We're not initiating this, but I believe the analysis can be done reasonably, and if it becomes onerous, we'll use a consultant to help us. But good question. I will follow up, council. You will get an update memo, and we'll explain once I sit down with Joe and the others, and how much time do we think this is going to involve? How are we going to pay for it, and so on.
The other question I had too is in regards to timing. If they get the signatures, how much time from the moment we know they have the signatures to when it could be voted upon? And would that window of time allow us to study it and be ready for it?
You only have 30 days right after the signatures that's your window of time to complete the work?
I believe it's a short period. That's why we're before you. If you're interested in this, we'll get working on this right away. Mark or Joe, could you answer that question?
There are a lot of studies and information that's out there already. I know that we were talking about this with the executive team today, and there's obviously two sides to this issue, and there's a fair amount of information out there already, which I think we could gather without a lot of work, and provide that and make that available to the public and to the council without doing a lot of staff work. I think on the tax side of it, which is really Joe Lilly, the finance director, my sense is from what the council is saying, or some of the council is saying, and what the city manager is saying, is that work will need to be done anyway. Now, that work, so we're clear, that can be done even after this window period of the signature gathering, because there's nothing that prevents the council from putting a tax on, as far as a cannabis tax on, and doing that part of the work even after the signatures are turned in. Now, if this goes on the November 2022 ballot, that means that all of the tax documents or necessary documents to put the tax on the ballot would need to be the county registrar by the first week in August, so that moving that time clock back, council would have to take action sometime in the May, June time period to make that work. So I think that is less of a concern, and really one of the reasons I put this on tonight is, you know, if the council has particular concerns or questions about a cannabis initiative that you want us to look into, so we can do that, but we want to make sure we give you the opportunity, as the law allows, to so direct staff, or if you have particular questions, we didn't want to assume that we understood every question or concern the council might have.
Mark, are there limits in terms of what you can tax this industry in California?
Off the top of my head, I don't know there's any specific limit on cannabis itself. There are some laws out there about taxing something so much that it taxes out of existence, if you will. There are some very significant, maybe Joe Lilly has already gathered some of this information. I don't have it available off the top of my head. There are very significant taxes being imposed on cannabis uses that vary. The state takes has a very high tax on it to begin with, or higher than most other taxes, and then a lot of cities put significant taxes on top of those, but I'll defer to Joe on that.
It's typically a combination of square foot and gross revenue. So there's a percent piece and then a flat fee per square foot. It seems to be the common metrics that go on. And so the square footage is impacting the amount of resource, and then the amount of revenue and traffic is what they're getting on the percentage wise. But that's typically, it's a hybrid of the two, but there's a fine line, as you'll see, between what kills an industry and seems like persecution and what is a revenue measure. And different cities sort of take a different metric on a sliding scale then.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, well, that'll be part of the analysis. We can explain what the options are. I can tell you in a prior life as a county administrator, when this was just rippling through in the northern part of the state, there were those counties that didn't do a revenue measure. They regretted it because the impact on them was significant. They had no revenues, and there were some that were too aggressive. I believe the state has a 15% tax. And so the sweet spot for municipalities is probably in the 5 to 10%. We'll have to go back and confirm that, but that's probably palatable. When you go beyond that, you then sort of drive it back into the black market.
Okay.
So that'll be part of the analysis.
Okay, do we have consensus on directing staff so that we can decide whether or not we're gonna vote on this to both study this and also to look at tax measures? Someone like to make a motion?
We didn't really get the answer as to how much time it's gonna take and what it's gonna pull them off of, though.
Yeah,
I figure that's his job to allocate resources. as
Yeah,
city
and I said
manager.
I would do an update, excuse me for interjecting, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We'll do an update memo to council to answer that question. But I believe we could do it under 20 hours of staff time initially. And if it goes beyond that, we'll have to make a decision about bringing in an outside consultant. There are consultants that we could hire that are very reasonable charge, can help us with some of this. And we can, this is local government. We don't have to reinvent the wheel here. There are other cities that have been through this. We can piggyback on their work. We will call colleagues, we'll get the information. But I will follow up with a written memo.
Anyone like to move approval?
So moves.
Thank you. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, voice vote, please.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol?
No.
Councilmember Persak?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
And Mayor Boyle?
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to item 12, which I imagine will be lengthy item. Hyperion incident update and request for Air Quality Management District, AQMD, to install and maintain an additional air quality monitoring system. Mr. Minnick.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, two components of this. We'll start with Elias Sassoon, our Public Works Director. He'll give you an update on the Hyperion situation. And I imagine there's going to be, I say we bifurcate these. Let's do that one, and there'll be questions about reimbursement and odor and so on. And then the second piece will be we're seeking your direction to work with AQMD, South Coast Air Quality Management District, to get more air quality management monitoring devices in our community. So two components. So and by the way, we do have a number of representatives who've been waiting patiently from, for example, the LA City Department of Sanitation, their general manager / director, Barbara Romero, and key members of her team, including the chief financial officer for that department. We have representatives here from Hyperion, of course, AQMD, and maybe even other outside agencies. So we have a team of folks here for you. Thank you. Mr. Sassoon.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Regarding the Hyperion incident update, I believe we talked about that, but just a few more pieces of information. I am pleased to inform the City Council and the members of the and the residents of the city that are listening that aside from normal maintenance issues, that the Hyperion has resumed its normal operation as of beginning of this month. And I have been personally involved with Hyperion, and frankly, they have done a due diligence in not only cleaning up the site, but tried their best to get back to the normal operation. So to recap the numbers that we talked about, I'm going to go through these numbers really quick, if you don't mind. So we have received, or rather they have received 3,200 applications so far from El Segundo residents. Out of this 3,200, 2,100 applications have been submitted with receipts. Checks have been mailed to 266 residents of El Segundo, totaling about $276,000. At this time, 24 El Segundo residents have been approved for payment, and their payments are being processed. There are 1,810 requests that are being processed at this time. The LS Sanitation has recently added, as the city manager indicated earlier, they have added 11 individuals to review the applications and contact applicants if the additional documentation is needed. So as, again, Mr. City Manager indicated, we have Ms. Barbara Romero, who is the LS Sanitation Department Director, and Mr. Tim Timon, the Executive Plant Manager, and some other members of the staff with us, if there are any additional questions.
So, Elias, we have a gallery view maybe, or to see the other participants?
So some of the participants, Mr. Mayor, that you see are from AQMD, but Ms. Barbara Romero is here. She can introduce the members of her staff.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to say that we're here to answer any questions. We do have, we could just go into, we were listening since the beginning, so we were asked just to be here for questions. So we don't have a presentation, but we can just go on and answer the questions, the reimbursement questions that you guys had. Or do you want, I just want to understand the format. Do we just start answering them?
I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Mrs. Romero, and see what they have to ask, and we can go from there.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick operational question. Does this mean that the secondary clarifiers are fully pumped out, that there's no more idle sewage?
That is correct, yes. So we're just having normal operations going on. So, and you will see the numbers reflect a lot of that, yes.
And then also in the operation, so the county put out that the Dockweiler Beach had some contaminants over the Memorial Weekend for people to be cautious. Was that as a result of the spill, or was that something different?
That would be unrelated to us. We had, if you look at our numbers, they are all within compliance, and we are discharging 5 miles out. So that would be unrelated to us.
Okay. Are you able to be back to the 40 million gallons a day going back to West Basin? Are they fully operating with the recycled water?
As far as I know, that is correct. Yeah, they are getting the same normal volume from us.
Hi, Councilmember Nickel here. I have 2 questions, and I'm not sure which member of your staff would be best to answer them, Barbara, but my first question is, one, you're back up and functioning as you were prior to the spill. Have any new checks and balances been put in place to try to prevent this type of catastrophic event happening again in the head screen work building?
So I'll answer broadly. First, we have consultants working on doing an assessment at the facility and in our conveyance. So we have 2 consultants doing assessments, and then we have a third-party review that is starting this week. So we're going to do that for 90 days, and then we're going to have final recommendations on what changes, short, interim, and long-term changes we're going to do. And as we move forward with that, then that report is going to be reported to the Board of Public Works and also to our council. our council committee and our full council to provide updates on what things we're going to do moving forward. But in the interim, absolutely, Tim can speak to some of the things that we're doing moving forward, just in the interim, to make sure we're addressing some of the issues that we know we can address from a maintenance issue, and then we're looking at more long-term resilience implementation activity. So we will share with you, and so Elias is part of that group, of that third-party review. It's an ad hoc committee that will be meeting and be assessing and reviewing all the reports that come out. And from that, we'll be producing a report that includes an action plan, and Elias is El Segundo's representative in that group.
Okay, so Tim, are you gonna let us know what's going on there, what you're doing to prevent? The reason I ask my question, so you can understand and where I would like your answer to come from, is from a place of the residents in El Segundo never thought something like this could happen. Now it has happened. So what are you doing today to make them feel like it's not going to happen again tomorrow?
So thank you, Council Member, for that question. So first thing, as our Director Barbara Romero mentioned, Ms. Romero mentioned, we're going to do an exhaustive review. So that part of that exhaustive review is getting consultants on board, having the manufacturers involved. We're looking at our standard operating procedures. All the bar screens are online, but we're also looking at how we activate the emergency over bypass. So setting level controls. We've already installed, for example, we've installed an audible alarm in the building, that will be able to alert staff if something is going wrong. So there are a series of steps like that we are going to take. We're looking at just a full suite of things that we're going to do on the resiliency front to ensure that this never happens again.
Okay, and then second question is, our neighbor to the south, Chevron, uses Nixle for alerts. Anytime they have a flaring event, as a resident of El Segundo, we get a alert. A flaring event is happening at Chevron, and the El Segundo Fire Department is, in contact with them. I'm curious, it's kind of a two-part question. One, are you required by any of the laws and procedures that you follow to alert your neighbors of any, smells outside of the realm of acceptable? And or two, is there a reason why you have chosen not to use Nixle in this situation when you had flaring events, when, the methane was not able to be used for the power plant? Because there were flaring events, we were not made aware of them before they happened or as they happened. We were made aware of them after they happened. And I know on occasion, there's chemicals that are used to clean a certain filter, the air filters that are located near the headworks plants. And whenever those chemicals are used to clean those filters, there is a very, very bad, potent smell that, as the residents would say, burns their eyes and their throat. Is there a reason why you can't use a program such as a Nixle Alert to alert the public that something like that is happening so they can either vacate the area or be prepared for it?
So first, I want to say that in our action plan, what we're doing is we have a section, one part of the plan that is the emergency response preparation. And then we're also going to we're looking at our communications and outreach plan. So in those, moving forward, we are going to be improving some of those procedures moving forward. So, we just participated in a tabletop exercise with LA County, which the city, El Segundo, participated as well. So broadly, we know we have to do better on that front. And we are working with AQMD on several fronts to see how we monitor and we report moving forward.
Did you get your answer, Councilman Nickel? On
Yeah,
Nixon?
no, and I think, Tim, can you address specifically the chemicals to address that question, and also more specifically in terms of some of the things why we're not using that certain feature or program that what was it again, council member?
Nixel.
So in terms of the chemicals, we typically use bleach and sodium hydroxide. But what we're doing, and as you may have remembered when you came to visit us, we are switching from, for example, at the headworks, you saw the large structure that was next door. So we are switching from chemical scrubbers to biotrickling filters that would use microorganisms to clean up the air. So that's something, like we mentioned, as part of dealing with residents on the El Segundo, and then the feedback that we got as part of the El Segundo Citizens Forum in terms of impacts that our operations may be having on the residents. We took that to heart, and we looked at places where we could switch from, say, using chemicals to more biological methods. And so that's a project that we expect to come online here, where we're phasing chemicals out. Another one is on intermediate pumping scrubbers also. That biotrickling filter, actually, we're going to start seeding it as of next week to begin applying the biology, and then switching that from a chemical scrubber to a biotrickling filter. So that's something that we are doing on multiple fronts to try to reduce the impact on residents. As far as notification, as AQMD may be able to speak better to that, but what's in our perimeter at this point, as far as I know, is we do not have that requirement. There's no requirement at this point for us to use systems such as Nexel. But as Director Barbara Romero mentioned, as we look at things going forward on our communication plan, we'll look at how we can enhance things and do better.
So perfect example, when you take those scrubbers, the chemical scrubbers offline and switch over, that would be an event that could potentially cause a short-term issue for neighboring residents, right? That would be the type of thing I would expect as your neighbor, that you would let me know that this is what's happening, and you may be, discomforted for a period of time. You have to understand, as your neighbor, anytime that potent raw sewage scent comes from the plant now, the residents of El Segundo just believe that you may be having another catastrophic event. They don't know. And we don't know because we don't hear anything from you. We assume you guys know what's happening at your plant, and that you guys know what is causing the scent. But without any communication whatsoever from you, the residents are left at the mercy of their imaginations, and they turn to us as their representatives to do something about it. And as you know very well, we're simply a customer of yours. And so we have no control, and we don't really have a line of communication to you on a 24/7 basis to know what is going on, to be able to communicate to our residents, to give them that peace of mind that they are so desperately asking for. So that is what, I can't speak for my fellow council members, but that is what I am asking for from you as your neighbor, is to think as a neighbor. What would your neighbor want to know, and how would they want to know it, and when would they want to know it? Because I'm telling you, our noses know when something is going on there. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel asked the question about the raw sewage at the base of those secondary clarifiers because he could smell the difference when there was raw sewage at the bottom of them and when there wasn't raw sewage at the bottom of them, and when the raw sewage was being disturbed and or pumped out, because he lives in proximity to that, and he's only one of thousands of residents that can smell any time that you disturb raw sewage at your plant. So moving forward, I would expect nothing less than pure open transparency as to what is going on, so that our residents know and they don't assume the worst.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Drew.
Okay, so I got a couple things. First of all, I know you mentioned that, you're taking steps to make sure this never happens again, but one thing that we have never been told in the almost 2 full months since this happened is what actually caused the problem? So I'm not sure you can move on and say that this isn't going to happen again unless everybody knows exactly what happened. So this is part one. So is my assumption that either A, you know it and can't release it yet, or B, you're still studying to figure out what the problem was? Because in the end, what everybody really wants to know is, what was the problem and how did it happen? Because if you don't know that, you don't know how to fix it going forward. So Barbara, could you give me some insight on that?
Absolutely. And you're right on. That's what the consultants are looking at. They're looking at every aspect of our operations at Hyperion to look at those assessments. And once they come up with we haven't even seen a copy of the initial report. And that's why the Board of Public Works is convening this ad hoc committee to then look at the reports and ask those critical questions, because you're absolutely correct. We can't guarantee, and we can't say with a straight face that this is not going to happen again unless we know what caused it, were there multiple things, and then make those changes, and that it's not just sanitation saying this is what the cause was. We're going to have a group of experts that are going to be reviewing and, quite frankly, and rightly so, helping to scrutinize that information to make sure we're asking all the critical questions and come up with a report that, has clear, an assessment of that, but also, recommendations of what we need to do to improve the facility and our operations and protocols and procedures moving forward.
All right, thank you. The second part is, Elias mentioned some numbers, 3,200 being the number of, submissions, 2,100 that actually had receipts, and 266 people being paid. That is a really bad percentage in any business in the entire world. So that is an enormous problem. And then when you guys sent out, I think it was maybe a week ago, saying that basically, if you submitted all this, don't get upset because it's going to take 6 to 12 weeks. That was one of the worst worded emails or things sent out, communication I've ever seen. I don't know about the rest of my council members, but my phone literally drained of battery that day from the amount of feedback I got from the people in this town. So I understand this is something that you kind of had to get up and running, but this is just a huge problem right now, and I'm sure you know it because you've been hearing about it. You have people been floating loans now for a month, going on 2 months right now on a credit card that might be 18%. You have people now afraid to actually take you up on your offers of purifiers and air conditioners and hotels because they simply don't know when or if they're even going to get compensated for this. So to be outlaying literally combined hundreds of thousands of dollars in this community without getting paid back, and with an kind of an open-ended discussion of when it's going to come back, this is something that has to really be taken care of and put in high priority, because it's just literally, if you were any other business, not only would it not be acceptable, you would be facing a heck of a lot more litigation on it. So where are we at? How can you accelerate this? The people that are missing receipts and missing a W-9 form or missing some other random form that you guys have thrown in there, do they know they've been missing it? Where are we at?
So we absolutely, it defeats the purpose. As you know, we did this quickly, and I said it here to all of you that we knew it wasn't perfect, and now we're seeing that pain of the imperfection. But we are committed, and we have doubled down on staff. We have a dashboard that is, thankfully to the controllers, working in collaboration with the controller's office. They created an internal dashboard that is tracking all that. And so you are absolutely correct in terms of the percentages, but it also, because it was a new program we created that we didn't have any infrastructure for, we used a system that we had never worked with before. So but we needed something that we could put up quickly. And with that came, some challenges. So what are we doing to address it? At the beginning, there was like 70% of the applications that we received were incomplete. Now we're down to probably like 40 to 50%, because thanks to your staff. Your staff has been very gracious in helping us with a couple things. One of the things that we had challenges was residency. We need verification for the controller's office to make sure that it's a now Segundo resident that's getting this benefit, because we are not offering this just to anyone. So thanks to your staff, we're doing that. With the W-9, we're also we've already accelerated a system with the controller's office that they're okay with, so to move that forward. And then one of the other challenges that we haven't been talking about a lot is, we, in the requirements, it said, it's part of like, what is the rate, the LA County rate? Some people, and so we're making sure that we are getting receipts, hotel receipts outside of LA County. So how do we determine what rate we give these people? And we want to be good neighbors, and we want to address this issue. And we have, I think, if Pam, if you could put up the dashboard, that it is an internal dashboard that we are using to track, that I'll let Lisa Mowry address and answer more specific questions in terms of what else we are doing to accelerate it. But before that, I just want to say that I agree that one of the things we are also committing to, getting at least 60 of these receipts included, submitted, so that we could get to 300 a week, so that it could, we could increase our odds. Hopefully, with your support and with your help that you've been providing, we're gonna get there sooner than later. That it's not gonna hopefully take 12 weeks, as the initial email said. And that was probably to address my over optimistic the last time I was here statement, and the 12 weeks is the worst case scenario. So Lisa, we can't hear you, Lisa.
Good evening, everyone. Lisa Mowry, LA Sanitation CFO. The dashboard that you see in front of you is a little behind the numbers you heard earlier this evening. It hasn't been updated yet for the additional payments that were made today that increased the number of reimbursements to 266 and the total amount to 276,000. But this gives you a quick perspective of the split between reimbursements that we're processing that are related to air conditioning units versus reimbursements related to meals and lodging. As you can see, the requests that have been addressed come from all over the El Segundo area. And so this will provide you with one of the tools that we're using internally to help make sure that that we're on track with this. As has been mentioned, we are devoting additional resources to this program. We have had really excellent coordination. The assistance that we're getting from the city of El Segundo, for instance, in helping us verify residency. First of all, it's less impactful to the residents because they're not playing phone tag or email tag with us to provide us with that information. And it also saves time for our staff. And what we're really focused on is maximizing the effectiveness we get out of the resources that we're devoting to this program. So there's all sorts of balancing that's going on. Balancing, trying to process the maximum number of complete applications we get versus having staff spend time going through applications that are missing some information or have some contradictory information, and trying to cure those requests so that they can move forward. That balance between using a system to collect the data that provides really excellent security to all of the applicants to the program, so that information that they're uploading, whether it's their W-9, whether it's receipts, whether it's other sensitive information, is very, very secure. However, one of the things we found about that system is it doesn't have a great ability for us to generate automated email blasts, for instance, to let the applicants know where they are in the process. Balancing our staff focusing and spending the majority of their time just processing these requests versus spending time responding to residents who have inquiries about, did you receive my email? How quickly is it going to happen? You know, we've as Director Romero has mentioned, we're seeing improved packages that are being submitted as the El Segundo staff and others are helping us kind of get that word out of what are some of the common issues that we see, so people that are submitting now are able to learn from the folks who submitted information a month ago. That has required a little more back and forth. And all of that has really is helping us get to the point where, between the additional resources, between the better quality of the submittals that we're receiving, between our own staff who are working on this, being more familiar with this, every time they're reviewing one of these and a question comes up and we have to do a little caucus to answer it and address things like, well, what do we do if somebody, you know, as Director Romero mentioned, the program specifies staying within LA County, but we are getting a significant number of requests that are coming from elsewhere. So working within our team, working with our controller's office to try and come up with the best way to balance areas where we can be a little more flexible with that versus the fact that every time we do something that's a little different than the program we developed, it takes time away from processing those of the applicants that are submitting complete and you know, within all the guidelines applications that we are able to turn around fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. There was a question about air purifiers. I understand that's changed, the reimbursement. Maybe allowances change where air purifiers are no longer able to be reimbursed. Is that accurate?
No, air purifiers are still part of the program.
Okay.
I'm currently on your platform here. There's two options. Option 1, air conditioning units. Option 2, reimbursement for hotels, meals, and incidentals. So which option would be air purifiers?
Air purification is a form of air conditioning, so that would be under option 1.
Okay. I hope the residents at home understand that.
Yeah, maybe could we clarify that language a bit if it is misleading? I haven't gone through that, but I'd heard that. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, Councilmember Perstick, yeah.
So I have 3 questions. So you talk about you're going to generate a report. You know, in my mind, you had 3 failures. You had the plant failure, you had the emergency response failure, and you had a communication failure. So I want to make sure that the report actually encompasses all those 3 failures. And then the one thing that will make, you know, back to Councilmember Nichols' point, you know, about trust is, you know, a report is only good if a report actually becomes practice. So for us, you know, it's real important, and I had mentioned this before, that Chevron does a great job of a mock emergency disaster response, and they bring in all the entities. I know you just did a tabletop, but you know, we want to see that you're, you know, you're actually taking this seriously, and that every couple years you actually do a mock emergency test. So I think, and we would like to participate in that as your neighbor. So once I know that that's scheduled and that you are doing that on an ongoing basis, then I'll feel more comfortable that that report is not just a report, but an operating practice. When it comes to following up on the people, what I stated earlier is about, you know, there's 1,000 people that have submitted an initial request but have not submitted receipts. I would like for you guys to proactively reach out to those people, because I think that there's quite a few people that are waiting on the second letter, which is the link letter. And so it would be, I think, as a gesture of being a good neighbor, it would be great if you guys could take a proactive approach to that and follow up with people rather than just wait for them to do it. I know I said questions, but actually these are more statements. And then the last thing is, this is a question. With the expansion of the LA area and extra housing going in, what steps are you taking to ensure that you guys can handle the expanded capacity of the LA area basin?
If I could jump in quickly on question number 2, which is regarding the number of applicants who haven't submitted paperwork and documentation. One thing that our data shows is that approximately 15 to 20% of the emails we've sent to the applicants haven't been opened. So please, if we could encourage folks and make sure they're checking their spam filter, they're doing a search on San Hyperion from that name, because I think that's one of the things that's happening, and certainly one of the reasons that we found when we have done individual follow-up with customers is they did get the email, it just unfortunately got caught in a spam filter because it went out to a large group. So I think that can be one of the fastest ways for the applicants to help us. Again, my concern in trying to balance everything is if we're doing individual outreach to 1,000 applicants, all of the staff that are doing that outreach aren't processing complete applications that we do have in front of us. So if folks could give that one more shot and check those spam filters, hopefully that would shake free some of the applicants who perhaps feel that they haven't gotten that link to submit their paperwork.
And just to add to that answer is we're also sending, when we're not getting response from that 15 to 20%, we are resending that link to people. And then another factor that had played a role also is that a lot of that 2,100 were duplicates. It was probably like 10% were in the beginning duplicates, and now we're estimating that's more like 5 to 7% because people were just resubmitting. But I have to say, what has been the most helpful and useful in terms of getting the word to your residents and has been your staff hoping to facilitate that is sending out the notices with reminders, because we see a spike in the improvement after your staff has worked and coordinated with us on getting the word out to the people that have submitted their applications.
The Councilmember Persick also had the question about the plant's ability to handle additional throughput with the additional density of the LA basin.
Yeah.
So, good question on that. I'll start by saying the plant has a capacity of 450 million gallons per day average capacity. Currently, due to the great work that everyone has done with water conservation, we receive an average of 260 million gallons per day. So as you see, there's a robust capacity still in place to be able to absorb any kind of future growth. And we do take all the SCAG numbers and all the planning numbers from different associations into account as we go through our 10-year capital improvement program. So to get straight to the point is we do have adequate or more than adequate capacity at this point for any kind of future growth, given the reduction in the amount of flow that we've received over the years.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to answer the other question in terms of a tabletop exercise. Yes, we are going to plan one, and we are going to do it with included with yourselves, and our city's EMD, our Emergency Operations Department, will be working with us to organize that in the short term.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My last engineering question. There's obviously concern air quality wise about the chemistries that were being used in the remediation and rehabilitation of the facility. And I know that last time we didn't have a registry of those. As that becomes known, if you have a list of those data sheets, I think it would be something that in some form of digestible fashion that you can publish, because look, you're a big industrial complex. I know you have a list of the chemistries you use for cleaning and hygiene. If you would make those available to the public somehow on your website, I know that you do not want to create hysteria without applications attached to those. But last time we had questions about isopropyl alcohols and things like that. I think that those things. I know you said you did some cleaning with sodium chlorides or something like that. Any of those things that you can make available, just the registry of chemistries that are used, I think would benefit people and put their minds at ease about what's in their air quality mix.
So yeah, the information on the cleaning agents as well as the air purifiers that we used or chemicals that we used in terms of odor control, all those are posted already on the website.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Medic, yeah.
So, I think we're ready to go to the next part.
Right. So with the respect to the next part, I still would like to indulge Hyperion reps to stick around if you don't mind. So the next part,
Elias, hold on a second. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have the leadership here from LA Department of Sanitation. I'd just like to offer thanks and appreciation to them. It's a very trying time. Obviously, our community still has right to be concerned and upset, but they have been responsive, and they are at our beck and call almost 24/7 when we need to go to bat for our residents or get clarity. So I do want to point out there is a spirit of cooperation, and they are trying. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you. Okay, Elias. So the next part, the air quality monitors component of this issue.
So I have to attest to that. I've been calling Hyperion colleagues of mine on weekends, after hours, and they all have been very responsive. Thank you so much for acknowledging that, Mr. City Manager. So regarding the second aspect of this item, regarding the request to AQMD for installation of additional air quality monitoring system, the city staff has been in touch with AQMD regarding this. And what AQMD is recommending is to have additional fence line monitoring system to be installed by a qualified third-party outfit, not by Hyperion, by the third-party qualified outfit. And then AQMD has indicated to me that they can provide any technical support and any guidance regarding the installation of any additional monitors that are needed. Now we have Mr. Terrace Mann, who is the Department Executive Officer with Compliance and Reinforcement Division of AQMD. We have Mr. Victor Yip, the Assistant Department Executive Officer with Compliance and Reinforcement Division, and Mr. Jason Lowe, who is the Executive Department Officer with Monitoring and Analyst Division of AQMD with us right now. And I'm sure they'll be more than happy to get involved in a discussion and answer any question that the City Council may have.
Yeah,
It sounds like there's an appetite to move forward. What is involved? How does the process unfold? And we're interested not just in
Yeah, so
the area
what
there
it-
lies, but also we've talked about another big industrial complex on our northern border as well. So maybe an understanding, like help us understand the process. How do we go about securing these monitoring stations?
So I can start, and please, by all means, Mr. Mann, if you want to join at a later date or later time rather. So to start off with, one is to identify, frankly, where is the best locations for these monitors. What would best would represent, if you would, or the data that is collected would best represent the data that is directly related to Hyperion, and how many, and what kind of equipment are needed, and to that end, AQMD has a lot of experience, and they have indicated that they would be more than happy and willing to help and work with Hyperion to establish the feasibility and all of that, and then ultimately installation of these facilities, these additional monitoring systems, in order to be able to gather the data that would help to identify if there's an issue. So at this point, if you would, I would like to turn it over to AQMD and Mr. Mann to see if they want to talk about that some more.
Happily. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Before I begin, I would just like to give a special thank you to city staff. They've been working very closely with us and have been good partners, and we look forward to continuing that relationship in the future. I think the main point that my agency wants to make clear is that the gold standard, the best solution, the thing that your community members want, and that the experts in my agency and the LA County Department of Health all ask for, is fence line monitoring. It's what Chevron Refinery has, and it's what's used across the basin. What we want, and what all the experts agree on, is having a fixed monitoring system at the perimeter, at the source. So if members of the community are smelling something, there's immediate real-time data that will say whether or not this is a potentially dangerous event, or whether it's well below state averages, essentially, or if it's below background levels that don't cause concerns. And so, I understand that this motion is an opportunity for city staff to talk to us about how community monitoring would work, but we want to make sure it doesn't distract from that really important goal. In addition to our recommendation, I would note that Director Romero has already taken steps to have a consultant, a vendor essentially, meet with her staff and start evaluating what a fence line monitoring program would look like, what it would cost, and so on. I think the biggest point I want to make here is that my agency isn't going anywhere. We stand with the city and with your community residents. Our inspectors continue to go to El Segundo every single day. And in fact, we have a team out there tonight. We've gotten over 10 complaints so far, and we're going to continue to do that. But I'll begin with those remarks. And I'll also add, so I'm here with Victor Yip. I'm essentially the Chief of Enforcement. Victor is essentially the Deputy Chief of Enforcement, and Dr. Jason Lowe, the head of our Monitoring and Analysis Division, is here as well.
So, okay, where do the funding sources come from there? Who
For
paid?
fence?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Pardon me.
No, it's quite all right. I think you were beginning to answer the question.
The funding sources for fence line monitoring would come from the facility, so it would come from LA Sanitation. But the monitoring plan, the program, the system itself would be developed, installed, monitored, administered by a qualified third-party vendor. And so I know there have been concerns about members of the community about, well, this is Hyperion staff who are taking measurements. I would note that no data we've seen from Hyperion has differed from our own data. But I understand community members have that type of concern. This type of fence line monitoring project would alleviate those issues.
Okay, and then the program management, if it is a third party, does the facility pay for those as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great.
And I would note that my agency, Dr. Lowe, and his staff have volunteered and would continue to make themselves available to provide technical guidance. We have a cadre of PhDs who do this for a living. We would make ourselves available and frankly would comment on the plan. And I've discussed this with Ms. Romero, that we've offered to look at it before anything happens, before budgets are talked about or anything else, to make sure that we're not coming in on the back end and saying, we don't think that's sufficient. You know, we want to be as transparent and as helpful as we can right now.
So, thank you for the information on that, but and obviously the Hyperion fence monitoring is a major piece of it, but while we have your attention, there's a couple other things we need to talk about here, and it may not have to do with Hyperion, and that is you have an LAX situation, which I was just at an advisory meeting last week, and they did mention that they are open and transparent. They have plenty of acreage, was the actual quote I received, to be looking at monitoring there as well. And I also am not sure if this actually happened, Mr. Mitnick, but I talked to, or I mentioned to the school district that I think our schools would be a very good place to have some monitoring systems as well, since the children of the city are the ones that are very affected by all the things that we have going on around us. So what is the process for us to be able to get all of that done? Because yes, Hyperion, you definitely have everyone's attention right now, but we also have other things going on around us. And I think once and for all, this might be a very good opportunity for us to blanket this city with monitoring so that we know exactly what's going on and what's causing it.
I don't disagree with that assessment. I mean, in terms of you have, I forgot how, the industrial area to the north, I believe is how you described it. You know,
that would be
Chevron,
LAX, yes.
Right. I want to use the same terms. You have the freeway, you have vehicles, diesel trucks. There are a lot of potential sources in this area, and I think having a focus on air quality is important for everyone's health.
So,
yeah,
let me add on to that, Terrence, if you don't mind. So, Jason Lowe, Assistant Deputy Science Technology Advancement, lead for the Air Monitoring Analysis Division at South Coast. So, I just want to preface by saying that there is, in our air quality monitoring network, a station that is located near the property of the LAX airport. And in the past, there has been a couple special studies that were conducted at the LA airport, and also we were advisors to a larger scale airport study that was conducted. So a lot of the major findings from that indicated that much of the air pollution was coming from, as kind of Terrence was alluding to, a lot of the other mobile sources such as trucks and other traffic leading up more towards the airport. And there were some pollutants that were being looked at. They're very small particulate matter, but that's something that that was also looked at the airport study. So that's kind of the conclusions, and you know, there is ongoing monitoring efforts for as part of our air monitoring network there, as well as mentioned before, and need to clarify because I think there may have been some confusion with regards to some of the air monitoring in the community of El Segundo being conducted at the St. Anthony Church. There was some who thought that was run and operated by Chevron contractors, but that one is run and operated by South Coast AQMD staff. And there's also the air monitoring, as council members are aware of, at the fence line of the Chevron refinery.
If I can ask, and obviously this is far outside of my area of expertise, but is there any value if fence line monitoring is the gold standard for detecting events? Is there any value to having monitors in depth so you can see what the contour of the event is? You know, for instance, we talk about our industrial neighbor to the north. We have noise contour maps that are very well developed, and we have monitoring stations and empty houses and all of these things. Is there any value? So let's say there is an event in the future, rather than taking a giant guess at the affected houses on a map, that you would be able to have a more nuanced and finite area of what parts of town might be affected by a particular event. Does that make any sense? And I'm just, again, this is outside my area of expertise, but is there value in having a network of detectors that help you in the same way that when we look at what the air quality is on a really hot day, there's a whole network of reported private monitors that you can look at a myriad websites that tell you, well, this part of town has particulate matter at this area and this part has it in this matter. Is there any value in that sort of network, even if it goes beyond the gold standard of fence line monitoring?
So I think to answer your question, I mean, it seems like you're aware of some of the privatized, commercially available air quality sensors that are more widely available, and they do work for certain pollutants. The complicated part about hydrogen sulfide is there's not really that kind of commercially available, low-cost, reliable sensor for hydrogen sulfide. And that is the main pollutant that we've been looking at. And when we did our assessment during the height of the odor complaints, we did that screening for gaseous air toxics and didn't find anything of concern. They were mainly typical levels with our mobile surveys. So we talked about that scaled approach. I mean, there could be value, but there is a much higher cost associated with it, rather than, because there is no low-cost commercially available hydrogen sulfide monitor. So as Terrence mentioned, focusing on the fence line, because that's going to be the most protective information. Number one, you have a higher chance of evaluating what level, what maximum level is being, crossing over the boundary into the community, and seeing if that was of concern. The other aspect is hydrogen sulfide. People can smell it. We've mentioned that sometimes technology for the measurement side is not as powerful as the human nose for hydrogen sulfide. So, a lot of that is, complaint driven, as Terrence mentioned. With the 1-100 smog number, we're being able to evaluate essentially the contrary you're looking for through the complaints. It doesn't take a measurement device to let you know that. So we are, in an instance in this case, we can use the calls and the location information from those calls to establish that contour, if that is concerned, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that maybe as Councilmember Giroux was alluding to, that for the residents of El Segundo, as we see here, are very concerned about air quality, sort of irrespective of its point of origin. And I think we were all somewhat surprised when some of the studies you alluded to attributed so much of it to roadway traffic and trucks. So if there is a particular, and I don't know the market for sensors, but if there's a sensor that is, or a sensor complex or a sensing device that is sensitive to any number of possible pollutants, I think what Councilmember Drew was sort of alluding to, we would be open to being a partner in whatever it takes to develop a network that in some way helps us protect our community. Some of that obviously is germane to Hyperion, but not all of it. And I'm conscious of sparing Mr. Mann 10 more calls from my house that I'm sure he received tonight. Please ask them to keep the dinner warm. My house is an ideal spot for a monitor because it smells terrible all the time. But that notwithstanding, we would be very open to I think, being a partnership for monitoring that goes beyond a fence line, because we have such grave concerns. And we think that for events like this, it may provide useful information to the residents.
Definitely appreciate you being an open partner, because that's sometimes, quite frankly, the difficulty in trying to do kind of this event-driven type of monitoring. So we'll definitely keep that in mind, and we'll be first contact if we need a site to respond to. But to just germane to this topic, we'll do our efforts, and again, working with Mr. Romero and Mr. DeFita to be able to provide the technical guidance so that there's confidence within the community, the facility, that they can be proud of producing some information that would be useful not only to them, but also to the public.
I just wanted to find out, what timeline do you anticipate after your review that something will be in place?
I may have to direct that to Ms. Moreau. I'm not sure about the contract process, and then it also depends on the type of contractor and preparedness of the contractor for deploying the monitoring system.
We're in the process of just getting quotes and evaluating funds to look at that. So there's we don't have a timeline at this point, but that's why I wanted to make sure I had all the information to share with you of how we're looking at it. But I do want to say that we are, we want to continue to be good neighbors, and we know this is important to you and the residents. So we are, working with AQMD and looking at this seriously. So, but no, I don't have a current timeline. It's going to be probably a couple months minimum, because there's going to be, it's not just about someone putting as you know, there has to be a lot of prep work that has to be happened as well. But we'll keep you posted, and we'll keep, your public works director and your city manager, as we have more information, we'll be sharing that with you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Councilmember Nickel here. My question is directed towards the AQMD staff that is on this call. Do you have the data handy as to how many calls a day you are receiving from El Segundo? I know we had you on this on our meeting 3 weeks ago, but in the past 3 weeks, do you have the data as to how many calls per day you're receiving?
We do, though we don't really keep it as a daily average. I could tell you yesterday there were 19 unique calls. The day before that, I think approximately 7 calls. The numbers have decreased pretty significantly since its peak at the beginning of August. But there is still definitely a concern. The community is still being impacted, and we're still doing our best to respond to every complaint in as timely a fashion as we can.
So now when you send someone out to respond to the complaint, just maybe there's someone at home watching and they haven't called to complain, so they haven't experienced this yet. A staff member from AQMD comes out. Do they take a sample? Do they take any kind of reading? Or do they just sniff and say, oh yeah, okay, I smell something?
I mean, they conduct an odor analysis. They go to the location and they confirm with the resident. Due to the pandemic, we can't stand right next to someone like we used to back in the day, but we go to the person's property and confirm it. The issue there is, nuisance law is essentially that a person is not able to have full enjoyment of his or her property. And so it's sort of that area under the law. And so by confirming a set number of complaints, it's basically a considerable number of persons or the public were able to issue a violation. That's separate from then the analysis of what is in the air, what is in it. And we've conducted a pretty good amount of monitoring, taking samples, using our mobile platform. So it's like a monitor on a vehicle, and it drives a track. We've conducted our own handheld monitoring, and we've just also had a pretty extensive presence in the community. And Dr. Lowe can, if you would like more information, Dr. Lowe can address it. But we've essentially ruled out many of sort of the real toxic pollutants of concern. And so we know we're talking about H2S. Hydrogen sulfide. And as Dr. Lowe mentioned, it is something you can smell. It's not something silent that could potentially hurt you. You can smell it. And so basically here, these nuisance investigations are a proxy for those kinds of emissions.
So we're not taking readings when we go out for this. Do you guys have data that you can share with us as a city and we can share with our residents as to how often you have tested the air and what has come back in the air? Reason I'm asking is, you make the statement that the calls have gone down pretty drastically over the last few weeks. At some point, you have to understand from an agency standpoint that there's burnout from the residents. The residents are tired. They're tired of calling. And the fact that they have to call and then post on Facebook that, oh, I'm the 7th caller or I'm the 5th caller today. They need this many more callers to come out or to issue a fine. I know 3 weeks ago when we spoke, I asked, what is it going to take for you to just have someone here in the community without the residents calling? At what stage within your agency are you like, there is an event happening that is a nuisance to a community? We are going to send someone there in the morning, and we are going to do whatever it is we do to verify the nuisance without members of that community having to call. Okay. So,
well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, you know, I think the simple matter is we essentially are doing that during the week in terms of we have staff who are located, they have a sector that is essentially including El Segundo. You know, the issue though is this is a collaborative effort. Public nuisance law, the way it is designed, is that we have to work hand in hand with the community. And so in this regard, we're more like cops than we are like firemen. It isn't like you call 911 and say, there's a fire. And when somebody else calls, they say, don't worry, somebody else has called it in. It's more like the police, where you may be asked to stick around to identify, you know, a culprit or somebody who did something. That is how these violations work. It's just simply a function of California law. And so I think that's why we have to do it that way. We do have sectorized staff who we put, you know, as locally as we can. That being said, we have, depending on when it is, 75 to 80 inspectors to cover from basically El Segundo all the way to the eastern Coachella Valley. And so we do have limited resources, and I know the city can relate to that. With respect to the complaints, when I talk about them going down, we were up to 161 complaints August 1st, 248 complaints the day after that, 156 complaints the day after that. And now we're down on a couple of days, we've had single digits. Though I believe yesterday we were, you know, we had almost 20, and so obviously we're taking that very seriously. But there is definitely a decline. But to the extent there is fatigue, we understand that. We feel for the community. But the way these violations work and the way the enforcement program works to obtain violations, then through our legal department to use those to negotiate process changes, improvements, and things like that, this is simply what is required. And so I would humbly ask members of the community, despite the inconvenience, to please keep calling in complaints, please letting your voice be heard at 1-800-CUT-SMOG or online on our website, aqmd.gov, and we'll keep answering.
I'm just going to make a suggestion. I think someone should look into that policy, and something should be done in regards to a major incident and then the response from that major incident, so that the onus is not put on the residents who are already being affected by the incident to then have to spend the time to call it in, that it is almost like just something in the nuisance law. We can't do it here on our side. It does nothing from us. We don't have that power. But someone should do something about that, because it's ridiculous to expect residents day in, day out to take the time out of their day to make the complaint. And many of whom they'll leave their home in the morning, smell something, get in their car, start driving to work, call it in, and then are told that their complaint cannot be registered because they're not physically home anymore. Or the complaint cannot be registered because as much as they were walking their dog, that's not where they live. So the complaint cannot be registered. You know, I shake my head because I don't, as a citizen, I think about this conversation, and if I was sitting at home watching it, I would just feel completely let down by the public process and by, you know, the agencies that are put in place to try to, you know, protect me or to keep me safe. And so I think all of us can do much, much better than what we're doing. And I think I'm just frustrated, so I apologize if I'm rude in any way, but I think we can all do better. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Nichol. All right, so, yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to ask if we need to move approval.
We do, and I think we should probably vote on this one. I think we're authorizing staff to, if you could clarify this, Mr. Mitnick, authorizing staff to reach out to AQMD and request installation and maintenance of these air quality monitoring systems.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And we'll work with them to identify the best locations on the fence line, and then come up with an action plan.
Well, since it's been brought up and knowing that we've been talking about this already as a council, could we not include LAX in this item as well? So I'd like to amend it slightly to include LAX fence line monitoring as well as Hyperion.
Understood.
Okay. Someone like to move approval?
Mr. Mayor, with that in mind, is there any reason, we have areas of consistent airflow that are public property, whether it's through rec park or things like that, that could conceivably capture these if we're looking at a broad map. Fence line is the gold standard, but if they're looking for places to test some whiz-bang piece of gear, I joke about using my house because it's really affected right now, but broadly, I think that we as a city have property that could be amenable to it. Maybe it doesn't work, maybe it does, but I would be happy to throw that in if that's germane enough to pin onto this.
Yeah, Mr. Mitnick, I love that. Could we incorporate that? Any and all monitoring stations?
Yeah,
that seem to be-
so you would have the Hyperion fence line, Lawa fence line, as well as other applicable locations within the city of El Segundo boundaries.
Whereby AQMD thinks it's worthy. It sounds like there are opportunities to do that as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if I may ask for a clarification on your motion, if you don't mind, do you want to mention by the third party outfit to be coordinated with AQMD and the city? I'm just suggesting that.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that up to staff, Mr. Sassoon, to figure out how to actually execute. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, do we have a motion to approve requesting having staff work on air quality monitoring stations at Hyperion along the fence line, along LAX fence line, and anywhere else that AQMD would suggest we do so?
Giroux, so moved.
Thank you.
Persick, second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank
And
you
then-
all for being here. Yes.
And just one thing, can we just make sure, like, when are we gonna bring this back as an update? I just wanna make sure it's, they don't have a timeline established, so we need to push that along and make sure we're, holding them to a timeline we think is appropriate, so.
Why don't we ask staff to come back in November before we go into holiday with an update? Would
Definitely.
that be reasonable?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yes, if not sooner. Also, I should point out, you did have individuals who spoke at the beginning of the meeting about the flavored tobacco vaping issue. So if there's interested in that, we can work on that at the staff level and report back to council. I just wanted to make sure that those folks don't feel neglected with their comments. They did make them with respect to this item. When they were saying, hey, you're going to be talking about, wait, is that the right one?
No,
you're in the wrong one.
Smoking ban. So
Oh,
next
smoking,
one.
yeah.
Close, sorry.
Yeah, I
It's
just got a
late.
note here saying, don't forget about this item. So I probably should have said this at the end of the meeting. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So
All
strike
right.
that comment for now.
That's okay. Thank you. We're on to item 13, smoking ban in all outdoor public areas and certain common open spaces. Mr. Minnick.
Sorry for getting confused there.
That's
I
quite
think it's
all
been a long day, been here since the wee hours. Okay, on this,
I see our environmental chair, committee chair, Tracy Miller-Zarnicki, just came on.
right, very good. I'm going to be quiet now. She'll make the presentation. Or I think our public works director will tee it up and then, yeah.
Right. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. At the Environmental Committee, we have been talking about the smoking ban, and the Environmental Committee, under the direction of Ms. Chairwoman, Ms. Tracy Miller Zarnicki, has put together a PowerPoint presentation that deals with not only the smoking banning smoking on closed areas, but it goes one further step and would ban smoking on open areas. I just want to emphasize that we already have regulations that ban smoking in closed or enclosed areas within public, like a building. This proposed presentation or what is being recommended by the Environmental Committee, and I don't want to take the thunder out of the presentation, is more into now getting into open public areas like sidewalks, like medians, like the trails where people walk, and so forth. So without any further elaboration, we have Chairwoman. of the Environmental Committee with us, and she's going to go through the presentation, and I'll be more than happy to come back and answer any question that the members of the City Council have.
Okay, you can hear me and you can see the presentation. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will try to make this spiffy because it is late and I appreciate your hanging in there for this. So first of all, I'm honored to be here representing the Environmental Committee's long consideration of this topic. So I must acknowledge our fellow committee members, Corey, Rachel, Caroline, Sarah, Janet, and even former member Kevin for their work and input on this presentation over time. We all know that El Segundo suffers from environmental challenges. Haven't we talked about that a lot tonight? On a large scale. And those things we have little to no power to change, since our big industrial neighbors were here first and mandated beyond what our city has jurisdiction to do. But here is where we should do something we can do to help our community change for the better. Hang on while I figure out how to, there we go. Hello. So the purpose tonight is to talk about, well, that comes to you tonight because public dialogue about public smoking has been flaring on and off for years. And by unofficial considerations, those were lofty enough discussions to catch our committee's attention, as well as numerous of you on the dais up there in both real life and social media conversation. In April 2021, the FDA banned menthol, which is the last allowable flavor in cigarettes and cigars. And it was a huge acknowledgement to the negative impacts of tobacco product usage. Another action in a long line of actions based on powerful scientific approaches that have an extraordinary public health impact and put us all on a trajectory to ending tobacco-related disease and death in the U.S. Of course, another factor on fuels this topic now, and that is, of course, the pandemic of COVID-19, which has had devastating effects, long-term impacts on respiratory health. And on top of that, well, we've talked for hours about the Hyperion incident and how that has strongly impacted some of our residents, made them more aware, certainly more aware, and many more concerned for respiratory health, as well as long-term exposure to chemicals. So that is where we come into, there is something you can do about some of the chemicals we breathe. So I've got a couple pages here of daunting facts and figures to share with you about, you know, smoking is bad for the smoker, smoking is bad for the environment, and those simply around secondhand smoke aren't doing great either. So in the interest of time, I will not read all of these facts to you, but they are available for your review. I think you know a lot of this already. Direct health impacts of tobacco smoke. And also, just so you know, at the end of this report, I've got a page of citations, so you'll know I didn't just make this up. This isn't fear-mongering. These are facts from reliable sources, not propaganda. So again, some daunting numbers to see here. You know, it's all bad. We know this. This is not new information. So current restrictions in El Segundo, these are what you see here. They are closed spaces, and the one notable outdoor space is public beach. Not sure how much we actually enforce that, but there are signs, and we do appreciate that because that is part of what we're going to talk about tonight. There's a state law prohibiting the use of tobacco-related projects, any products within a playground or recreational area. That means like the sandboxes and tot lots. That's it. Not next to the Lily Field, not next to the soccer field, none of that. So this is where we currently stand. And just to highlight what some other cities are doing around here, we do have neighbors that are much more proactive in this space. I should add Palos Verdes to this list that you see here, beyond Hermosa, Redondo, and Manhattan Beach. I've actually got a nice 5-page matrix from the LA County outdoor smoking ban information, and no one has less check marks on their line than we do. So we do have many places we can improve in this. I also want you to know that the city of San Diego, city of over 1 million people, is also hard at work on an expansive ban at this time. So there are a few options to consider for next steps. even more than what you see here, as you heard from our speakers tonight, we're not even getting into what people are smoking, be it flavored or not. But in our first presentation to you tonight, I offer these ideas: prohibiting in all outdoor open public spaces, sidewalks, next to a restaurant. Our parks, of course, are very important. Common areas and open spaces of multi-unit residential complexes. That's important. You're smoking on your balcony. It goes up into your neighbor's place. You're smoking in the lobby area, in the atrium, what have you. It goes everywhere. This is definitely something to move into, or to consider moving into. And then prohibiting tobacco product sales being another. And of course, you can add the flavored anything with tobacco as well to that if you like. All of it's bad. So one thing that we get asked in talking about this, and we talked about, is considerations for enforcement. We recognize police citations can be challenging, and honestly, criminalization may not be the way to do this. We had a great talk with Chief Whalen before he left, and another with Interim Chief Bermudez more recently. And we've talked about this sort of public enforcement approach might be a more useful way, a more helpful way to help our community change its culture and its mindset. We've talked about this in regard to other environmental practices that are code enforcement, not criminal issues. And so again, we believe this can be the path to shifting behaviors and practices in our city without criminalizing it. Of course, if it becomes a nuisance, that's a whole other issue, but we won't get into that tonight. Next. So considerations for implementation of whatever options you may choose. Here are the basic steps that we think would need to be followed in order to make this a reality. The primary aim should be, of course, setting up our residents for success by providing them with all the information as early and as quickly and clearly as possible, and giving them plenty of advance notice of the smoke-free policies and clear parameters and all that. Plenty of time for education and graduated enforcement, especially in the multi-unit housing spaces. There'd have to be some conversation about people that already live there, people that are coming in. You know, house space is allotted in those environments. So I would tell you this also regarding coding, code language, developing code language. There are resources available to make this less of an effort for your staff. As close as our fellow cities, within our local nonprofit groups that work in the space, and at the county level. In fact, today, the LA County Department of Health, the Tobacco Control and Prevention Program Manager reached out to me and said, "This is great. Look at all the things that we can do to help your city get this off the ground really easily." So they are there. They are already knocking on our door to be our partner in this. So tonight, we thought we'd start with baby steps because we know sometimes that works better here in our way of moving forward. So we ask you to at least consider supporting the prohibition of smoking in all outdoor open public spaces and common areas and open spaces of multi-unit, meaning 3 or more residential complexes. Take one of those, take both of those, take it all the way through the sales if you want. We support all of that, but again, we understand that progress might need to be slow in this space. But we do know that whatever we do, we offer these 2 options to start with, and we welcome you to go the distance, but we'd love to hear your conversation on this item and hope for your recommendation to move forward at the staff level. Now time for questions, and there's the citations. I will stop sharing my screen so I can see you all.
Tracy, I have one question. So when you say ban smoking in all public areas, are you including all smoking, not just tobacco?
Yes, anything tobacco. Well, cannabis, I think, is actually already more highly regulated than tobacco, if I'm not mistaken. So anything that someone is puffing that's going to blow in someone else's face that chooses not to breathe chemicals. The precedence goes with the non-smoker. That is the way that you know, one should look at this. You can smoke all you want. Just keep it in your own airspace. Go to your house, stay in your house, you know. That's your own personal choice. But, you know, people next to you may not agree that they want to breathe those chemicals.
And then as far as vaping, that is not included in this, or it
Oh,
is?
that is included in this.
So it's
yes, 'cause-
vaping, it's smoking?
Yes,
anything
any
that-
way you're creating that smoke.
Anything where you're expelling some type of
Chemicals.
air that has a chemical in it?
Chemicals into the public airspace. Yes, that is the goal. And I'll tell you what, I just went to a outdoor music festival this weekend. The big, let's come out of COVID and see if all this masking stuff works. And man, way too much secondhand smoke going on for me to breathe clearly. So, again, this is just a thing that the precedent of the non-smoker should be what we're respecting here. And again, you guys know, this is all about environmental stewardship as well. You heard Craig from Surfrider talk about cigarette butts are always the biggest amount of items picked up in beach cleanups. So they're going, I've got many pictures of sidewalks in town still covered with cigarette butts that are, right next to the sewer that goes right down to stormwater to the ocean. So, and gosh, probably backing up Hyperion in some moments. So, there are many reasons not to smoke and not to do it in public.
Tracy,
Hoping
I got a question. Just trying to think this through from a practicality standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of employers in town, you got employees that smoke, certainly less so than years ago, but you do. So with an ordinance like that, where would they be allowed to smoke? They'd have to actually go into their vehicle and smoke?
I think that is something, I don't know the code specifically, that on private property, there are probably allowed.
If the building
smoking
allows
spaces.
it, okay. So when you
If the
say public
building-
areas, it's really just the streets, sidewalks, parks, beach, which is already covered, but okay.
Yeah. So these are things that we hope that, staff will look into, again, with regard to what other cities are doing successfully. You heard many stats from people talking earlier about how it has helped tourism. People want to be smoke-free. Manhattan Beach, doing fine with all this, right next door. So there are definitely plenty of case studies and success stories. And again, if San Diego with 1 million residents can do this, we don't have that many.
Tracy, you also mentioned in there the multi residential units. So I guess my question is on this, is that's private property, am I correct? Because you have someone owns the building, or you have 2 on a lot, you got 3 on a lot. It's still not public property. So how would that fit into what you're suggesting?
Yeah, there are very thoughtful regulations about that, because again, unless everybody signs up that we're all going to smoke here, chances are somebody in there or their child shouldn't be breathing that smoke. So there are regulations in other cities. Again, that was specifically part of what LA County reached out to me about today, to say we have education, we have suggestions on ways to roll that out into multifamily housing that makes sense and that work for those that think this is important to have clean air in their living environment.
I have one other question. So I had a conversation with the hotelier a couple months ago, and one of the things that they expressed was it's, the marijuana smoking in their hotel has gotten out of control, and they're really having a hard time monitoring, and it's causing a lot of damage. If we passed an ordinance like this, would that help them in any way, try to curb some of the activity, give them something to use as leverage? And how do you, or is there an opportunity to do that?
I absolutely think there is. I mean, why not? That's a marketing tool for them. If they're, look, we are posting smoke-free, we will, this is a code enforcement issue. This is an issue. If it becomes repeated, then it's a nuisance issue. But it's absolutely, again, we don't smoke on airplanes anymore, do we? You learn better, you know better, you do better. So I don't see why hotels also couldn't participate in the better, healthy environment that we can help them create.
I don't have any questions. When we deliberate, I'll be ready.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
One question. Tracy, at the committee level, did prior to coming to this citywide ban on public property and multi-unit family dwellings, was it discussed to identify only certain areas of the city to apply a ban, or was it just from the beginning, nope, let's go for a full citywide ban?
Again, in our committee opinion, we would go all out and go all the way to even sales. But again, we know business friendly, it's a thing you got to work through. So, you know, we were going for what we thought were the basics in this. We debated that a long time. We debated, put it all out there or not. You know, that's why we stopped short of saying go straight to banning sales as well. But no, we do believe that, again, we're a tiny town, and smoking anywhere is going to put somebody in a position of not wanting to breathe extra chemicals than what we already breathe. So we would suggest going for the full outdoor ban as other cities have done. But again, we trust staff to have conversations with those cities, and again, learn from the county and state level as well, all the support that's there to enforce or encourage and educate and help with cessation programs and all that. Anything we can do to make our citizens healthier is a good thing.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Mitnick, we are considering a motion to direct staff to come back with an ordinance that would require introduction and a second reading, essentially, which would be when? What's the timeline on that, do you think? Assuming we go forward with it.
Probably after the start of the new calendar year, I would think. I could ask the city attorney.
No, it's okay. I was
To
just
chime
looking
in,
for a
yeah.
ballpark. Thank
That's looking at the workload that we're facing.
Okay. All right, would someone like to make a motion? Or
You know,
we still
Mr. Mayor,
discussing?
I think
Yeah.
that there's things that we do as a council that are in the spirit of good governance. We tend not to levy things without having a reason for the money. And I think we tend to target our rules. I would argue in this regard that while smoking is a global scourge, there's a reason there aren't any major tobacco producers left in America, right? They're all headquartered overseas, right? The demographics of El Segundo do not reflect smokers in America. It's 50% of when our parents were born. It was 25% when we went to elementary school. It's probably 15% America writ large. But of those 15%, does that align with El Segundo? I would think this regulation is, in 1991, probably a pretty pertinent and pressing item. I would say now it's not quite as irrelevant as our circus ordinance, but close. It's just attributing a cure to a problem that is extinguishing itself. To the extent that cigarette butts are an issue, we already have rules against that. To the extent smoking on the beach is an issue, we already have rules against that. To the extent smoking near a Little League field is illegal, it's already illegal. You can't smoke within 250 feet of a youth sporting event. That's California state law. So I'm empathetic. Nobody wants to inhale anyone else's cigarette smoke, but I don't want to burden our staff with a rule they're not going to enforce, because we're not sending police to this. We don't have code enforcement for this. And I think it's superfluous legislation. I agree with it emotionally, rationally, and reasonably for staff time. I mean, as an environmental cause, I think it's tangentially related. As a social cause, I think, we want our citizens to be healthy, but they got to make their own choices, right? I mean, it's not Singapore. So I just think that we're closing we're chasing a fire that's already on its way out, to be frank.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Giroux?
Mayor Pro Tem, I agree with you on a certain level, but one of the things you just kind of said at the end is, it's really the people that don't have a choice but to inhale it in. I think that's kind of what, and I don't mean to speak for you, Tracy, but I think that's kind of what you're getting to and that's where I get it. Look, I've been here 20 plus years. I'm outside all the time, and honestly, I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen anybody smoke in this town. I'm being honest. However, maybe this is not a bad thing to have on the books, because it's just part of the process and what we're trying to accomplish as a city. But I do also agree with, we have this problem with everything, enforcement. We have all kinds of really fun rules and regulations that we have no possible way to enforce. So how are we going to be able to handle this? I'm just asking you point blank. This would go to police, right? So is Chief on the line anywhere? Does he have any input on this? I'm just concerned about that piece of it, rather than just having it as a toothless law, rule that we have in town again.
So I can address that. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, here's how I would look at it. If this is something you want to do, it would be a tool in the toolbox. It would be a law on the books that if it needed to be enforced, it's there. Would we do proactive enforcement with our officers or code compliance staff going around looking for it? No, it would be reactive enforcement. So it's a tool if there was a complaint and there was an alleged violation within the constraints of the rule, we would have it on the books and it would be available to be used. That's really what you're looking at.
I think what I saw too, Councilor Drew, in the deck that Tracy presented was the education piece, relying more on that. I can tell you personal experience. I was at Richmond Street having a friend in town on Friday night, and wasn't too far from one of our establishments in town. And I'm telling you that there was a lot of smoke in the air right where I was sitting. And I also know, having traveled to LAX a lot, it's funny you mentioned the airline not smoking on the airplanes, but as soon as you land and you walk out of LAX, the waft of marijuana is so in your face, you can't even avoid it. I don't care who you're flying on and where you're going. So, and those are no smoking areas.
Yeah, I mean, that's already illegal, right? If you can't enforce things that are, or it's illegal to smoke marijuana in public. That's already illegal. That's state law.
No, I get, Mayor Protem, I get your point entirely. I also think there hasn't really been an education component. I look at living here 25 years, I think it's a little bit different. There's certain establishments where there's more of a propensity to smoke outside than others. We all know that. I don't think anyone could argue that. And you're more likely to see people kicking back, having a drink and having a cigarette, walking outside, going back in. And so, but I hear your points about enforcement, Lance and Chris. I hear your point about creating rules that are superfluous, and I think that there's something to be said for that, but I also believe that it is a nuisance that we could have an effect on. That's what I believe. But I'd like to hear from some of my colleagues.
Well, it also goes to signage, right, and proactive information, education. We could put signs up in our parks. We could put signs up around, at our beach. There's a lot of things we could do to enhance and encourage people, to let people know that we do have, if we had an ordinance out there that they couldn't smoke. And that's preventative. I mean, it's, you can't stop the person that's going to ignore the sign, but I think we have hope that people will look at the sign and say, hey, I can't smoke here.
How many smokers do we reasonably think we have in this city of 17,000 people? 400 who apparently go to the same 4 spots?
I mean, I know smoke. I see a smoker go up and down Oak Street.
I mean, I cannot imagine. There's like 7 or 8 things more offensive you could probably do in El Segundo than have a cigarette in a mixed company. Like people, I mean, my kids see someone smoking and they think he's got a chainsaw. I mean, they just panic. Like, I think we've won this battle. Don't spike the football and get the personal foul. Like we've won.
I agree and I disagree. And when I saw this on the agenda, I knew that you probably fell out of your chair before you even got through reading the staff report on it.
I threw the chair after I fell out of it, in fairness.
So I kind of knew this was coming, and I'm glad that this is just dialogue, and really what we're doing is we're sharing our opinions with staff so that whichever way this goes, then if staff does come back, they can come back and formulate something that is shaped in somewhat of our opinion and how we think this should go. So my opinion is there's 2 pieces to this. The second piece with the multi-resident, multi-unit complexes, I have trouble with that. And the reason I have trouble with that is because I feel that property rights are property rights. And what you should be able to do on your property is what you should be able to do on your property. I think about me as a child. My father was a smoker. So I hate cigarettes, smoke. I just hate it. It bothers me tremendously. And so there is definitely part of me that's like, yes, ban it. Kill it off this globe. But if he had to smoke inside our house instead of in our backyard when we were growing up, I don't know if I would have been able to play in all those soccer tournaments. You know, I don't think I would have had the same lung capacity I have today. You know, so I'm not about to tell people in El Segundo on the property that they own, that they pay taxes on, that, hey, they cannot smoke a cigarette on their back porch. You know, and so fine, I could say don't smoke it on our sidewalks, but then what, you're gonna have the guy who's gonna be standing right on the edge of his sidewalk, you know, chain smoking because he's technically on his property. So I wanna be careful about that. The reason I asked my question, Ms. Miller-Zarnicki, about if you guys identified any specific areas, because I think where it really sticks out to me is to Mayor Boyle's point, you know, being out to dinner with my family, sitting on a patio, and there's someone that has stepped out of the restaurant and decided to smoke right in front of the restaurant. And I find it offensive, I find it obscene, and Mr. Pimentel, I think if we left here in your golf cart and just drove past the local watering holes, you would see that there are people sitting in their outdoor areas that we have permitted, you know, for them to use in the public right of way that are smoking cigarettes. Now, it is prohibited. There is a law against it. But clearly there is misinformation, because I can tell you that some of the proprietors of those establishments believe that it's admissible by law to be able to smoke outdoors, which, you know, we don't have it. I mean, we have one bar in town. Every other bar in town is also a bona fide eating place, right? And so all those bona fide eating places, it's against the rules, but I don't know if at that one bar, technically the law allows it. But it is the opinion of this council member that in all of those, I would love to see it banned from the downtown, even if it was within the specific space, the specific plan, simply, or designated smoking areas created. I remember in Hermosa Beach when they banned it off the pier, but there was a designated smoking area like behind Sharky's, back in the parking lot, you know, or like down the alley. But I can tell you this, you know, selfishly, sitting on the patio, enjoying a beverage or enjoying, you know, some tacos with friends, I was not now breathing that smoke and having my experience ruined. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but I wish the AQMD guys were still on the call, because I had asked them, is someone smoking just outside the restaurant while I'm eating? Is that a nuisance to my enjoyment of life? And are there particles that are coming from that cigarette that are potentially posing a danger to me and my family? And can I call them each time and have them cite the person that's smoking out in front? I mean, that's where this is going. And I hear you that, yes, like, we won the war on smoking, and smoking is going away, but I am happy to support a prohibition of smoking in outdoor public areas, but I'm not willing to support it on private property. Private property should be able to do what they want.
I mean, in the hierarchy of things that cause injury in El Segundo, I mean, I don't know how far below bicycles, pools, playgrounds, pills, and all the other things secondhand cigarette smoke on Richmond Street is, but it's got to be vanishingly low and is punching way above its body weight in our attention. So I'm frankly surprised we're still here, but we are. I mean, I'm sure this will be as rigorously approached as our social host ordinance, yet another piece of nannying that we have contributed zero to the betterment of our community with. But if you want to vote on it, I mean, no surprise what you're going to get out of this side. I mean, I will say no more before I start feeling my blood pressure pills.
10, 9, 8. Okay. Any other any other comments on this matter? Someone like to make a motion?
Nickel moved.
Persick second.
Okay, and just, sorry, the motion is directing staff. Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure I know what we're voting on here, because I think what you said was we're for like half of what is written here.
But we're directing staff to come back.
Right.
Okay.
So they're gonna likely rewatch this video, certain parts of it on repeat,
Okay.
and come back. But is that accurate, Mr. Mitnick?
That's correct. We'll work with the city clerk's office on the minutes to make sure we get it right.
So I do not think we're agreeing to these two items. I think we're giving staff direction to come back with something that then we can deliberate again, or maybe we can plan it for a date that you're out of town.
I mean, there's a $2 billion plan to build an environmentally sustainable train to Hawthorne that no one's gonna ride, right? We have a possible desal plan. We sit in the middle of 4 possible environmental catastrophes. We are facing rising tides, and this, straws and cigarettes are what we're working on. I mean, I am flabbergasted that we've spent a half an hour talking about the habits of 200 people after 10 p.m. I mean, I am absolutely flabbergasted. I can't believe we're gonna direct staff to take their valuable time and spend it on this, when we just were deliberating about not letting people bicycle because it was gonna take too much staff time. This just blows my mind.
But earlier in the meeting, you agreed to direct staff to start looking into what it would take with cannabis. But
No, not for our cannabis, to a revenue measure in response to a citizen initiative to approve cannabis.
True, but we have a moratorium, but so you're having staff look into something.
Folks, let's go to a vote at this point.
Oh, sorry, one other thing,
Yes.
because if staff's gonna come back with this, there was something that was brought up earlier that Councilmember Giroux then brought back up again, which was the sale of the flavored tobacco. There were a couple of people that came and spoke about that.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned that earlier when we were talking.
Vaping.
And I know that it's not part of this, but if staff is coming back to us with something, should we have them look into that as well? That's just, I don't want to give them that direction if I don't have a consensus.
I wouldn't be opposed to that.
I wouldn't either.
Okay, sounds like we have consensus. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the motion. Madam Clerk, would you please call for the vote? Are you cleared, Councilmember Giroux, on that? Okay.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstock. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
I mean, I'm almost just confused that we're even having this discussion. No.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, 4-1.
All right, moving along. Item 14, announce appointments to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. This is more of an informational item. We have Joanna Bowe, Jane Burrell, Brian Mitchell, who's an incumbent, and Joan Palmer, all appointed to terms expiring June 30th, 2023. Congratulations, we had a great turnout for interviews. Ava Sweeney, who's an incumbent, Tanya Taylor, and Neil Von Flew, also incumbent, have been appointed to terms expiring June 30th, 2024. And we are on to City Clerk reports.
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. I don't believe the City Treasurer is on. Councilmember Giroux.
Yeah, I know it's late and probably nobody's watching, but I'm gonna, a couple quick things here. Number one, want to wish a quick and hopefully rapid recovery for a good friend of mine, Mr. Rick Engelhardt, who just got released from the hospital. And this is also kind of a PSA for everybody here. I am not going to get in an argument or discuss whether you should be vaccinated or unvaccinated. However, this is a father and husband who went from a asymptomatic diagnosis to 4 days of no symptoms, to a couple days of symptoms, to a hospital a whisker away from being intubated last Saturday. So, yes, he is not vaccinated or was not. Wife and mother-in-law vaccinated. Kids not vaccinated, and no one but him got affected by this. So all I'm saying is just take a look at it, consider it, because this particular virus does not, apparently does discriminate. And just, again, Rick, hope you start feeling better, and quick recovery there. The second thing is, real quick, is I do want to see if we can kind of agendize something later on here about the CCBs. I know I mentioned it a few months before, but I think, you know, what we heard tonight a little bit from the Environmental Committee is some frustration. And I think that really has to do with the fact that for some of the committees, we direct them on what we want them to do. On other committees, it's a little bit more of a, hey, what can we latch onto, for a cause? Because in the end, we have people that are volunteering their time and energy. So maybe a little bit broader of a discussion at some point in the near future based on what are the required CCBs by the state, and then what are the local ones that we have put into place. And then maybe just a formalized process about how we can sit there and say at the beginning of each fiscal year saying, all right, Arts and Culture Committee, we did this, DEI, we did this is what we want you to work on. I would like to take that next step with the remaining committees and just to give them a little bit more of something to measure themselves against over a calendar year or a fiscal year. And that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Nickel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First thing I want to make everyone aware of, and I believe this is on our website, Mr. Mitnick, you can confirm, but September 23rd, 6 p.m., there's the El Segundo Citizen Forum for LA Sanitation, or the Hyperion El Segundo Citizen Forum. Typically, this was a meeting that I would run. It would run quarterly. We'd meet at the library. During COVID, it shut down, and it never really picked up virtually, so they are picking it up virtually. There's a link, but I believe you have to actually kind of like sign up via Eventbrite, but the information is on our website, and it is, usually they're Thursdays, am I assuming? The 23rd is a Thursday? I will check as we speak. It is a Thursday, yes. Thursday the 23rd, 6 p.m. It'll be via Zoom. They have a pretty standardized form that they follow. They give a recovery update, maintenance and operation update, call log update, and then it seems here that they have a Hyperion 2035, so maybe an outlook. But typically they'll describe what projects are happening at the Hyperion, things that they're working on to modernize the plant, and they go over a call log report, which really typically covers mosquito count and any kind of scent count, and or any complaints that were called in. So this meeting should be interesting, seeing as they have received lots of calls in the past few months. But I invite the entire city to join in if they so wish to hear what is going on. And again, this is a forum that meets quarterly. It is on the master calendar. It's always on our website, and we typically meet at the library. So when COVID is finally over and we can come back to meeting together, those meetings are held at the library. And then I just want to congratulate the organizers of the Art Walk, Mr. McCullough and Mr. Renfro, for putting on a fantastic event. I think I saw most of you that day. I know Lance and I were there to see the mural unveiling. Yeah, it was a wonderful event. It was a great way to see the Cultural Development Fund at work in public, and to see so many people so excited and so happy to be back out and seeing familiar faces. So congratulations again on a wonderful event, and I look forward to seeing you guys 3 times in the calendar year 2022. Thank you.
Councilmember Perstock.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everybody, we have an election going on, a recall election, I think on the 14th, and we have a box just out here on the corner of Holly and Main, where you can drop off your ballot, or you can, I think at Dockweiler, not Dockweiler, but the community center at the beach, you can go vote in person. Also, in regards to election, there's also I want to let people know that SB 9 and SB 10 did pass through the California Senate. So it is sitting on the governor's desk to sign. So please be aware of that. Then I wanted to also let people know that it is the city that is putting out that Wrexham Parks assessment needs survey. So please fill it out. We really want to hear people's voices from all over. Take a couple minutes to put it out, fill it out, so that we know what you feel your needs are for your family. And I also want to thank SNS Hardware and the Swanson family for hosting the 9/11 luncheon for our staff workers coming up this week in celebration, or not celebration, in remembrance of 9/11. And then lastly, I just wanted to ask you, City Manager, you know, with Los Angeles putting that no overnight camping ordinance in place, I just want to make sure that if we need to put that on our agenda to talk about, what our next steps should be in following suit in that manner. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstock. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Both sanitation districts are dark in September, so they will not be meeting. We have League of Cities, the convention coming up at the end of the week, so all of, not just the 88 cities of LA County, but then cities around the state will convene in Sacramento. The South Bay Coalition of Governments Transportation Task Force will meet on the local travel network to establish actual operational plans to how are we going to implement the designated routes of travel. That's for things like golf carts, bicycles, scooters, anything that is street legal but not a car, DOT regulated car. So that's likely to convene at the end of this month, probably the third Monday. But that's all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have nothing this evening. It's late. City Attorney.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Thank you. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, there's no additional follow-up from tonight's meeting. Staff will indeed follow up as need be on the items as so directed. Your next City Council meeting is 2 weeks from today on September 21st, but prior to that, one item that was left out on 9/11, the actual day, the Firefighters Association puts on their picnic breakfast, the big banner out there on Main Street. I believe it's from 8:30 to 10 a.m. So the public is invited to attend that. The meeting coming up on the 21st, it looked like we're going to have a lot of items. It'll be a relatively light agenda, so we'll put on there. It looks like that'll be the date for the city manager and city attorney performance review that the council does in closed session. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Adjourned at 10:06.